Welcome to ZaranTech SAP PLM Recipe Dev Expert Training. Get ready to dive into the world of product lifecycle management with a focus on recipe development. Throughout this course, we will guide you through mastering SAP PLM to streamline your product development processes. You will learn to configure SAP PLM to meet the unique requirements of your recipe development workflows. We will cover best practices for creating, managing, and optimizing recipes, ensuring precision and compliance at every step. Gain insights into effective collaboration, version control, and approval processes within SAP PLM. ZaranTech's expertise will empower you to enhance your recipe development efficiency, reduce time to market, and maintain compliance with industry standards. By the end of this training, you will have the skills to leverage SAP PLM for seamless recipe development and take your product innovation to new heights. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1, Introduction to PLM. 2, PLM Process and Best Practices. 3, PLM Data Model. 4, PLM Recipe Data Model. 5, Insight of BOM and Component Structure, BOM Management. 6, Basic Data and Tools. 7, SAP Document Management. 8, Document Info Record. 9, Basic Data Screen of the Document Info Record. 10, Status Management. Let's dive in.
So you can see that these are the course contents, and you can see here these are module 1, module 2, module 3, module 4 until module 6. So I'd like to spend 5 minutes on this course content so that we align that how we are going to have this training in order to cover all the modules. So we have these 6 modules, and very first day today we are going to start the PLM processes and best practices for PLM data model, PLM roles and roles in research and development, object flow, and PLM for life science, chemical, and consumer product. So these module 1 we are going to start with today, and module 2 which is very important part in order to understand SAP PLM for process industry. So we will spend more time on PLM recipe this module 2. So we will spend more and more time, around 8 hours, on this module, because this is the fundamental, as well as the foundation of PLM, SAP PLM for process industry. So this we will spend. We will see the master data elements. We will see the configuration settings for those master data element. We will see the configuration settings for recipe, and then uh, we will see uh, the next part of PLM recipe development. Recipe development next part is module 4. So you can see that here module 2 and module 4 will be connected together. In between there is module 3, which talks about document management, uh, which will be used for recipe, and which will be used for specification. So how document management configuration we have to manage, how we can attach the documents into a specification, how we can attach the document to a recipe. So document management is very important module also, which is used for any sorts of document within a for a finished product, or for a semi-finished product, or for a raw material, wherever it is required. And you are from already from SAP background, So you have seen in supply chain and core logistic module also, they are also using the same documents, and which is coming from document management. Then this is very important module, module 4, which we will spend a lot of time here, because this module 4 will give you the idea, or will give you the understanding on how we can build the recipe, what is the master data elements which is coming from here, from module 2, in order to create a recipe, what is recipe, what, how many types of recipes, what is the statuses of recipe, how you can do the formula calculation within a recipe, how you can do the cost calculation within a recipe, how you can perform the recipe compliance checks, how you can search a recipe, how you can analyze a recipe, and what all theory applications are used for recipe. So I just wanted to mention here clearly that this training will be conducted from today onwards. Right now we are in, so we will be focusing on PLM S4 HANA SAP PLM recipe development training, which is for process industry. So everything will be we will be going through the S4 HANA applications. We will see the configuration in SPRO for recipes wherever it is required. So this was about module 4. Then the next thing is module 5, where you can see that the compliances, what all compliances are required for a recipe, and what is the data model required for compliance check within a recipe, how you can perform the compliance check in recipe, how you can generate a recipe labels, and finally it will be handed over to manufacturing. Okay, so you will see in this module 5 where we uh, hand over to manufacturing. Before that we see the compliance check, and then the recipe label also. Then the last module you can see here, we have engineering change management in SAP PLM. This will be also part of the training, and we will see here how you can create a change record in SAP PLM S4 HANA system, how you can create a workflow template, how you can create a teams and groups, how you can create a change master, and how you can link it to change record. So this whole training will be on SAP PLM S4 HANA 2021 version. So we have a system, and we will provide you the test IDs as per the request of participants, and ZaranTech is going to provide you the training IDs, and then we will see all these modules which is mentioned by me here. So today let us start from introduction to PLM or process industry, and of course for discrete industry is not the focus here. So discrete industry, if you have any sorts of question, definitely I can answer you in that aspects, and we'll see how it goes. We are going to start. So today it will be more of theoretical session. From tomorrow we will have to go into system, PLM system, SAP PLM system, and I will show you how the basic data and tools we can go through in the system, what is the configuration, what is the transaction, what theory application we use. I will also give you, I mean, the course content will be also shared with you. I hope it is already shared. If not shared, end of this everyday session, you can always request this, and the content will be shared with you. Also, I am going to share with you every lab exercises document, for your reference, but I will not suggest you to refer that document during the session, but try to focus on how I am taking you through the system demo, and then follow the exercise, and then you can do on your own, so that we will make sure that you learn and we will have a good training. Okay. So coming back to content, let me just, okay, so here the content is there. I mean, from right now you can see 1 2 4 5, but 3 and 6 will be also there as soon as we move, and as soon as we complete one of the modules, you will see those content also. I am going to start this content. I hope it is visible. Fine. So this is the first slide where you can see the module 1 or part 1, where we will talk about the introduction to PLM for process industries, and this is a disclaimer information, and this disclaimer information represents the information on presentation includes examples, images, and reference are provided for informational purpose only, and then it is complying with all applicable copyright laws in the responsibility of the user, and then I mean, all this are from the open source and cannot be used for promotional activities. So this is a copyright of ZaranTech, and this disclaimer you will find across the all modules of the slides. Yes, so we are in slide number 4. So anyone can confirm what is PLM. So we know that uh, PLM is very vast area, which, yeah. So so any product idea which needs to be launched, but it starts from the scratch. There are two types of concept of manufacturing a product. One is the product which does not exist in the market, or which does not exist for that organization, but they wanted to develop. So idea of making a product from scratch to hand over to the manufacturing, and from once it is manufactured and it will be sold to customers, and based on customers request, or based on customer what they are facing, any issues with respect to a product, that will comes under service. So you can say from idea to service. So the whole stages which will be covered in PLM. So any industry, they they uh, they are in product manufacturing, or they are into selling, they are into servicing. So the idea of uh, having a product lifecycle management in their organization to improve the product product usability, and to offer a good product to the customer, and in order to manufacture a product, how best uh, raw materials, how best the usability they need to consider. So that's why uh, they implement the product life cycle management. And for any product, they have their life cycle, which starts from concept and design to retirement. So that's what you can see, that in right hand side, this starts, there is a trigger from concept and ideas, concept and design, for a product, and then once this concept and design is approved from the set of stakeholders or set of authorized people from an organization, they will hand over for development. And once this development team will receive the concept and design of the idea from the previous team, design team, then they will start the development. And once they will do the development and they will complete, they will hand over for production. So the production or manufacturing people, they will manufacture that particular development which was received from development team, and then they will finally launch the product. And once they launch the product, they will sell it to customer. Once they will sell it to customer, then it will be there will be a service and support comes into picture. So when there is a issues with respect to any product, when there will be issues with respect to existing product, faulty product, then there is a requirement of service and support comes into picture. So and then the manufacturing organization, they have to take care of that service and they have to provide the support. And then finally you will see that if some product is been phased out and some product which is already used by customer, but it is not going to uh, continue by manufacturing company anymore, then it has to termed as a retire. So instead of a product of X, then there will be a better product in the market which will be manufactured by existing organization or any organization, and X will be replaced by Y with better feature and better usability for the customer. So that's why you can see that here retirement. So then this you can see this is a cycle which always runs, and this is how you can see a product life cycle management takes care of that. And it, I mean, you can always think of product life cycle management from concept and design to retire, so that so that a better product will come into market and it will be used for use by a customer. And then improvement of a product or which will be received by a customer's feedback. So customer or a set of users, they will provide a feedback on that existing product, how it works, or what is the additional element required for that product for a better usability. They will give the feedback to the organization, like manufacturing organization, and then they will amend on that. So like you would have seen in the market that there are a lot of product, like in case of mobile industry, or in case of food industry, or in case of life science industry, or in case of pharmaceutical industry. They'll keep on innovating a new product, and every new product will be introduced periodically in order to serve a better way to their users or to the consumers. So that is how PLM comes into picture. You can see that there are benefits of PLM and the future usability of PLM and technology. So benefits, you can see that the improvement to development, engineering efficiency and effectiveness. So improvement comes from definitely a user or a consumer who use uh, a product, and either it can trigger from the consumer who provides the feedback, and then based on that one there will be a change in that product. And in order to meet the efficiency of that product, they will send the request to the design and development team, and development team is going to add or modify that product for a better usability. And then if there is an error, so if there is a calibration problem within a particular product, or there is some errors which is not meeting the consumer's requirement, then they will send the request or feedback to a company who is manufacturing this product, and they will eliminate the errors, and then they will release a new version, or they will release a next version of that existing product. And then there are important things like the time. So you'd have seen that any pharmaceutical company or any drug manufacturing company, generally their life cycle, uh, in order to develop a drug product or a medicine, it takes lot of time, years and years. So they will take generally uh, 8 to 10 years to manufacture a drug. So, in order to innovate a product and innovate uh, a better product, or you can say that in order to move faster for the the development and production of that product, they need a lesser time. But how they will reduce that time? Because the period of normal duration of the product to manufacture at any drug product will be 8 to 10 years. So they will have to uh, they need a better integration, better collaboration with their suppliers, so that they can have a better raw material supplied by that supplier, so that time will be reduced to reach a finished product to market. So there PLM plays a major role. So we, uh, we should always focus on how PLM can be benefited for a better product, or better very less time to collaborate with their suppliers, and so that production time will be lesser compared to normal time. So that's why you can see that the benefit of PLM we have mentioned here, one of the bullet points. Then quality design and improvement on project delivery. This is all generic things, but it is there is a benefit of PLM. These points. So technology, you can see that nowadays Internet of Things, supply chain sustainability, cloud as software as a service, digital twins. These are the futures of PLM and technology, so that they can, I mean, any organization can take less time and to complete their product manufacturing mm, very faster. So these all are important points. What you can see, the example of, you can see that there are lot of integration from uh, different systems. Like wise software as a service comes into picture, because uh, because they need lot of integration. Like if supplier is using some other system, and they wanted to integrate for their bidding, for their for their supply of raw materials, then everything is shifting to cloud. So for PLM also, it is important that the customer, or any organization, whoever is using PLM, so they should be bringing the PLM system in software as a service platform, where they can integrate directly with supplier, they can integrate directly with third party manufacturer who is manufacturing a raw material, and then they are supplying it to the company. So digital twins, you would have seen that there are virtual products. So there will, other than the the physical product, there will be also a virtual product which comes into picture, and that is how you can see that digital twins is also going to be a future for SAP, for PLM. So the next slide, if you can see, next slide, slide number 5. So where you can see the product development process, and which is important in process industry. So you can see that this slide shows that how an idea of a product starts, and it will go until the phase of product launch. So when we talk about product development, it covers the different phases. So you can see this slide represents the idea of a product, but this product, whether it is a part of research and development, then obviously this needs to be captured under some financial things. So in order to capture the cost and finance element, in order to manufacture a product, they will have the project and portfolio management integrated for that idea. So we will see in future slides that how this component you can see, and how you have seen that WBS work breakdown structure, which captures the cost of a anything, any product. And of course in product development process, you will see that how the WBS comes into picture, how it captures the cost of that product, and then once that idea is confirmed for as a requirement, and then that requirement will be sent for a trial, so that uh, they can start the trials, they can do the prototyping. That's why you can see that here trials. So there will be a different trials, different versions, but they will confirm once one version of that particular requirement is confirmed and working fine, then they will send to the recipe developer, and they will start the formulation or recipe there. So the formulation will start here, and once it is finalized, then they will check the compliance. So whether that particular recipe or a finished product is compliant as per the government regulation or not, then they will do the compliance check. But who will do the compliance check, who will do the formulation or recipe, who will do the trials, what set of users or what set of authorized uh, person will involve in each of the phases, you will see in the next slides. So once the compliance check is done, then they will hand over to manufacturing, and manufacturing production engineer will receive that product after they will receive that the developed product from R&D, and they will start the production, and they will launch that product in the market. So you can see that here the triggers of NPD. Anyone can tell me here what is NPD? If you are already in PLM, working in PLM, so definitely you will be knowing about NPD. So you can see here there are new product development, there are existing formulation, there are solutions. So the the cycle, what you can see here, NPD stands for new product development, and this new product development triggers, you can see here, either in order to innovate a product, either to launch a brand new product, either to uh, renovate a product, either it has to be either some reformulation is required. So then you can see that new product development, those are the new product development triggers. Okay, a formulation, there are formulation as you can see that what is the uh, purpose of formulation. So this middle one, the text, what you can see here, what is the purpose of formulation, you can see here what is the target. You can see here there are certain target which needs to be achieved by a product development team. So with respect to this consumer product, so these all points are important, and then they will take care of, they will take care within the formulation. So there are a lot of, I understand this is very theoretical. Once we will go to module 2, module 4, we will see the real real topic of how the recipes, what is recipes, what all different types of recipes. So all those things we will understand. But this is with respect to more on product development perspective, and you can see that how the idea of launching a product, the life, you can say the stages, different stages which is involved within the product development. So you can see here the solutions. So the finally the solutions will be take place, and this will be based on the contribution based formulation or integrated data driven recipe development, or it is a web based user interface. So these all are the key points or pain points which shows that how the new product development triggers for how the formulation will be taking measures, taking precautionary measures, and for a better formulation. So this will give you the lot of important points which needs to be taken care by formulation. As you can see that under formulation, you can see the important points, and then solutions, once it will be implemented and handed over to manufacturing. So then you can see that how it will be benefited for the users. Okay, so and now you can see that here the better picture for the PLM processes and best practices. As you can see that this is more on SAP perspective. You can see that product lifecycle management for process industry, and you can see that there are different stages. What you have seen here, uh, the this diagram shows the same way, but it is giving the lot of information with respect to each of the blocks. What you are seeing here, and left hand side you can see that solution capabilities. So you can see the business processes, and please remember this graphical representation or diagram is being referred from standard pre-configured process for SAP PLM, and there is a pre-configured license which needs to be bought from SAP. If you are going to implement SAP PLM for process industry, we need to know that if client is or any project is looking for a pre-configured process activation or not. If they wanted to go for pre-configured process activation from directly from SAP, then they have a product lifecycle management for process industry. Similarly, they have product lifecycle management for discrete industry. So we need to understand that what kind of solution is required for what kind of industry. So uh, if we are going to work on some client where they are looking for a solution for PLM process industry, then we have to identify this license and we have to have in the system configured, so that in the system all these components of PLM for process industry comes in into picture. So it should be available. So here you can see that these are all are not might be not required for a specific type of industry clients. Like for process industry, we don't need this engineering control center. We don't need a variant configuration. We don't need the visualization or digital twin might be. So these some of the parts are not required, so you can choose actually. So if we are implementing SAP PLM for some process industry, then we can identify that they need a recipe development. If any pharmaceutical company is there or any food manufacturing company is there, they need to work on some formulation, and formulation comes within recipe development. Before recipe development, they will have some basic data elements, or you can say the database where they manage their specification, raw materials, semi-finished products. Everything will be covered within the specification management. So this specification management will be the suitable for process industry, or pharma industry, or life science, or food processing industries. They'll use this. Then there is a document management. Document management will be used wherever a regulatory compliance related document needs to be attached to a finished product, or a raw material product, or any specific product. So that's why document management is a sub module, or within the business process, what you can see here, which is required, and you can choose and you can offer to your customer. So that in SAP PLM you will have specification management, recipe development, document management. Then you will see that change management also. So there is a change, as you have seen, we have discussed earlier. We already discussed that if there is a change in the existing product, and that particular change needs to be triggered either from the manufacturing or from a customer feedback, then it needs to start from the engineering, and they need to change that existing product, but with the next version, or next newer release version. And then they will hand over to manufacturing, and then they will track it, who what all stakeholders are involved to change that product change process. So that is how you will see that the change management will come into picture. And then once change is finalized and it is released for production, then that change will be closed. So those business process will fall under within change management. Bomb management, of course, you will have in process industry also, and in discrete industry also. Bomb management you will have, we will see in the next day slide, next day project session. We will see that insight about bomb, what is bomb, how many types of bomb, and uh, what all types of bombs are there, what all labels of bombs are there, single level, multi level. So all those bomb related topics will be fall under business process of bomb management. So most of the process industry, they will use spec management, recipe development, document management, change management, and bomb management. Bomb management, of course, will fall for process industry, will fall within the recipe development, which you can have a single level or multi-level bomb. But once you explode the bomb, you can see whole product bomb will give you an overview within the recipe development. But still you want to manage as a separate, as a data element bomb, you can definitely do that. So it is very important to understand what is the kind of industry client they are looking for SAP PLM solution. So based on that one, we have to provide a solution. We have to propose the business processes identified which can be implemented for SAP PLM. So this was about business process. So please uh, always think about when you're working with some of the client, what they require, what they not required. Based on that one, you can pick up and you can have their you can prepare your offering, or you can estimate, and then you can propose to the customers. So pre-configured process activation is a license which you can ask from SAP. And if customer wants everything to ready for SAP PLM for process industry in the system, you can have the license number and propose to customer, and you can customer can buy license pre-configured from SAP. And but only thing from your side, you need to propose that what all business processes they are into, and what all business processes they need to ask from SAP, and they will get readily available in offered from SAP system. I mean SAP PLM pre-configured system. Okay, so this is an important point, and you will definitely come across for any RFPs, any RFQs, any sorts of estimation. This is an important point. So you please consider this. But if you are going to build a system, then it is important that you should know that what all business processes currently customers are involved, and how we need to consider for our effort estimation. Then you need to consider all this business process. Yes. So this is what about business process about this slide. What is pre-configured process activation, which is offered from SAP with a unique license key, unique license number, or if you are directly providing an effort estimation to your client where you are involved for RFPs, then you take out, you identify those business process, and with respect to that business process, you can provide your effort estimation. Okay, and here is your life cycle or a journey from concept or idea of a product to of a product to a product launch, as well as the change management process. So you can see here there are 5 stages, which you can see that this is very first stage where you can see the concept and trials. You'll see that in this pre-configured process activation, if you buy from SAP PLM, then you will see that there are these component available from as from the system which is provided by SAP. So you will see that specification management, recipe variants, trials, everything. Then you will see here the next stage where formulation and recipes are there. These all are the different elements for recipe formulation where you will find in the system. Or this is actually from one part to fifth, one stage to end stage, which you can see that product launch and change management. These diagram is a representation of starting a product idea and concepts. This will be a part of this life cycle. So portfolio and project management is not part of SAP PLM, but there is a separate module called project and portfolio management. But there is a link between project and the product, which needs to be developed once it is handed over from respective stakeholders. So we'll when if we will have a time, then we can have a look on or if we will have a question from someone how this is related or something, then we can spend some time after tomorrow's session. So recipe formulation, you can see the compliance and labeling. I heard that a lot of people are already in labeling, but might be they are not currently using the product label, recipe related labeling, or but different types of labeling. So here this compliance and labeling will have these many components, these many topics which will be covered within the compliance check and product labeling. As you know that once the formulation is finalized, it will be sent to the regulatory authorities. Regulatory authorities will check the compliance. They will and once it is compliant with the product regulation or it is compliant as per the industry, they will generate a label. They will hand over and they will generate a label. And label, there are different types of label. You can and we will come to know in next sessions, couple of sessions, that what types of labels are there. You can see here product scale and handover, where you can say that the handover of bomb, recipe bomb to a manufacturing bomb, and the synchronization activities, everything is done at this stage. That's what you can see here, scale up and handover. If there is a change required or some optimization is required in order to uh, to align for the manufacturing, then they can still be done when they are while they are handing over that recipe or a product which is finalized to the before handing over to manufacturing. Then there is a change product, and change management comes into picture, where uh, a change is required or where some comparison is required. So some recipes needs to be compared against their values, against some against some their analysis, or some what is the impact analysis. Everything you can see within this product launch and change phase. So what all bullet points you are seeing, this will be part of your pre-configured process activation service if you are proposing for any customer. And these all are the stage, 5 stages, which you can see that from idea of a product to launch a product, and if there is a need of change of that existing product. So this is a cycle. So as you can see that pre-configured process activation, which we already discussed, and uh, it differs based on industry to industry. And of course for process industry, variant configuration, engineering control center, and then software management and visualization and all, this will not be applicable, because this all visualization is nothing but if the an automobile industry, they are, of course they are part of a discrete industry, and before handing over for manufacturing, if they want to visualize a product, if something is removed or something is modified, then they can visualize how this product looks like after a replacement or substituted by a different raw material or different product. Then they can visualize that. Then there is a variant configuration, which is also part of discrete industry. Engineering control center is also part of a discrete industry or manufacturing or automobile industry, where they wanted to use a platform where a production engineer and product engineer can have a collaboration better, and they can see that what product is being given by or supplied by or handed over by product engineer, and the production engineer can still decide what needs to be considered and what needs to be finalized and handed over for manufacturing execution. So engineering control center is also one of the part of SAP PLM offering, but not for process industry. This five are part of discrete industry mainly, and digital twin. It is in the process of development by SAP for process industry. So digital twin we will see in future how digital twin are utilized and bring on for process industry. Okay, in order to create a recipe, we need a data element, master data element, where we can have the different characteristic or attributes maintained. So recipe uses the data element, which is specifications in SAP terminology. So they recipe developers, they will maintain their raw materials, they will maintain their semi-finished products, they will maintain their intermediate products, information, or you can say attributes, by using specification management within the SAP PLM. So that's how. So in normal business process, they will any recipe developer, they will maintain their all the data somewhere. So either it can be any ERP tool or any third party tool where they maintain this product data. So in SAP PLM, when you want to start for recipe development, first before coming to recipe development, you need to start with the managing or maintaining or creating a specification, and you will say that I have, say, I have X semi-finished product, X raw material, X intermediate products. For that one, you need to create a specification, and you can maintain all the attributes, all the data within that specification, and then you go and create a recipe, and then you pull those raw materials as a specification in SAP terminology, and then you add there, and then you create a recipe. Once all your values, everything is good, you can finalize, and then you can release that recipe for production. So SAP, I mean, there are two options. One, if customers, if you are going to implement SAP PLM, then there are two options. Either customer says that we will buy the license, you please identify what is required for our what is required to meet our business purpose requirements. So please let us know, or we will buy the license from SAP directly. So for infrastructure or set up a system, SAP system, we don't require your service. We will go to SAP. We will buy the license from SAP so that everything will be ready in the system. So SAP will take care. They will pre-configure everything in the system by providing a license number. If you want, I will give you the license number also for process industry, and then everything is ready. So being you as a functional consultant or a business process consultant, you will say that in order to meet your business requirement, you need to work on you need to manage different specifications, which takes care of all your raw materials, semi-finished, finished, and then intermediates. Everything can be maintained within the specification. So please pick up specification management. Please choose, sorry, please choose specification management. Please choose recipe development. Please choose document management. Please choose uh, change management. So this is how you provide your expertise, or you provide your uh, 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 you provide your consulting services to your client, saying that if you are buying from SAP directly, SAP PLM pre-configured system, then in order to uh, save the price for license costing, you need not to go for the whole package, but you can still choose what you require. So this four business process will solve the purpose, and the SAP PLM can be implemented. So please choose this from the options for pre-configured SAP PLM system, so that customer can save the money. So this is how you will have the option whenever your customer wants to buy directly a pre-configured system from SAP. In PLM, as we know that PLM is mainly deals with the product development, and of course R&D or recipe R&D department people, they'll be involved, and the recipe developer will be involved. So if there is a requirement of developing a new product, then obviously before handing over to manufacturing, they don't know what is the logistic material. Their work is they have to just start the prototyping, they have to start the trials, they have to finalize the recipe, and once they will hand over to logistic, I mean once they'll hand over to manufacturing, then manufacturing or a production engineer, they will decide that what will be the logistic material for this recipe, which is called a general recipe. General recipe is on global level. Once a logistic material, or you are saying material master, will come into picture, that will come from module. Once the recipe is converted to a plant recipe or a site recipe, so that time a logistic material needs to be linked to that recipe. If the customer is managing their material outside of SAP in some other third party system, then once the recipe is finalized and converted general recipe to site recipe, then there should be some material which is available in some plant needs to be linked to that recipe, and then recipe can be used for a particular region. So in order to use for a plant purpose, they need to convert from general recipe to plant recipe. So in the plant recipe, obviously a particular plant will have one material, but another plant will have different material, but it can be derived from the same global recipe. So obviously there will be a multiple material based on the region. There will be it will be I mean that material needs to be assigned to that particular site recipe or plant recipe. So these topics definitely we are going to see in next sessions, and uh, we will I will drive from the scratch, from the basic data tool, how we are building a master data element which is required for recipe, how we will create a recipe in the system, how we will create a label, how we will do the compliance check, how we will finalize the recipe, how we will see the calculations are happening of the recipe, what is formula view calculation, everything we will see hands on. And then we will hand over that recipe to manufacturing, and we will see that I have a whole exercise designed for this, and I'll make sure that you all will work on that and you will understand that how it is happening. So might be right now, yeah, we have high level overview that we are talking right now, but definitely this everything will be done on the system. So we will move to next slide. I know that today is first day, and we are talking more on theoretical aspects, but I'm sure that you will enjoy this training once we will go into system. We have a system ready. We have Fiori app is ready. I hope ZaranTech would have considered your test IDs, and so that once we do the lab or exercises, you make sure that you utilize that time for lab exercises. And please understand, until unless we don't do do the exercises in the system, it will be difficult to understand. So doesn't matter if you take 5 or 10 minutes, doesn't matter, but you need to make sure that you practice the lab or exercises in the system. Okay, so we will move to next slide. I think we have this slide. Okay, still we have to go. Okay, so I think this is one of the slide from recent development from SAP, where uh, this slide was mainly centric on innovation management. So SAP has introduced a cloud component for the for the for those kind of organization who are involved to do the innovate do the who are involved for innovation related products. I mean, they wanted to create innovative products. They want to they are more involved on innovation management. So there is something, a cloud component introduced by SAP, which is called innovation management, where in within the organization, any user within the organization, any user outside of the organization, anyone are free, they can share their ideas to innovate a product. So that module is something called innovation management module, offered only for cloud. So you don't find the SAP PLM S4HANA on premise, that particular module. You will have that module offered only as a cloud solution from SAP. So innovation management is basically to integrate multiple stakeholders. They are, and it is an open platform to share the ideas in order to manufacture a better product, but based on what customer needs. What is the need of the customer? If Mazda or fruity or healthy drinks are available in the market, but there are lot of uh, feedback from the customer saying that there are some improvements required. There are some other flavors are required in order to improve that product. Then the request will come from the customer. Based on customer needs, they can share their ideas on a software as a service solution called innovation management, where they can integrate and share their ideas. And once that idea is confirmed as a requirement and approved by product stakeholders, product owners of that particular organization who has that product in the market already, then they will finalize that product ideas, and then they will integrate with the suppliers to have that component added and to have that particular setup ready. And then they will relaunch, or they will release that new version of that product into the market. So this slide is more on very high level of idea what customers or what consumers, end users what they want. And in order to meet that requirement in PLM, R&D department, they will take care of that. But how they will take care? SAP has introduced one cloud solution, something called innovation management. So there you will see that how, I mean, based on the customer's requirement, you can always propose that, but that is not part of SAP PLM standard package. In on-premise, it can be requested to SAP, and for that one there is a license cost, and that sub module is called innovation management. That is linked with project and portfolio management as well as PLM recipe development. So that module for innovation management is linked with PPM as well as RD. Okay, so you can see in this slide, I hope whole screen is visible. If you can see that if you buy or any customer buy the innovation management, then you can see that on cloud solution you will get something called managed feedback Fury app, where you can see that the feedback can be received directly from customer or anyone. And then you can see that here, if you will it will be selected from the category and you can see that feedback will be shown here. So this screenshot is part of innovation management, and this can be integrated with recipe development. That's why you can see that the need of a customer is in left hand side, and once R&D will implement that changes, of course that changes needs to be done to that finished product, which is nothing but a recipe. In that recipe you can see that how that new component which is requested by a customer, but it is being provided as a feedback directly to the company. And then you can see that in right hand side in recipe development you can see that product, that component is been taken care. And this is how to meet the requirement when integrations are required from by using innovation management, so that what is the need of customer at current scenario, that can be incorporated and that can be provided or that can be met by manufacturing or first. But before manufacturing, the recipe uh, developer or R&D department, they should incorporate that changes and then they finalize and hand over to manufacturing. Once it is and before handing over for recipe development, they will have to approved by product stakeholders. And then it this requirement this idea of adding up this particular component or for a feedback needs to be confirmed as a requirement, and then requirement will be linked to that recipe. You first stage you get the feedback, second stage you create an idea in a different Fury tiles within the innovation management. That idea will have a link from this feedback, and that idea will have uh, that idea you will create in a Fury tile, and then that idea will be reviewed by different stakeholders. They can also view if some ideas are posted by someone, but there will be a link between idea to feedback. And then once it is approved, then some product owner, they should they R&D product owner, they have to release that idea into a requirement. Once they will release that idea, then there will be a requirement ID will be created. That requirement ID will have the link to your recipe, and then that requirement can be taken by recipe developer for a further development. And then they will create a altogether, either that product is already existing, then they will consider a new version of that uh, recipe, and they will just replace or substitute that particular component, and they will create a new version of that recipe, and then they will hand over. So we will move to next. This is yeah, this is this slide is more on project side, like the example which you are asking, like vitamin drink which is already available. So this is all from the project report side, and this is part not part of PLM recipe development, but of course it links from ID and project side where the project progress can be tracked, but it is from project and portfolio management model. So where you can create an particular project, and within that project you will have different phases, and you can actually see that what is the progress of that project, that product for which project is being created. So there are hierarchy in project and portfolio management where you can create in upper side, I mean on top, portfolio. Under one portfolio, suppose you have R&D portfolio where you do the research and development for manufacturing a product. You will have on the down from portfolio, you will have portfolio item. Portfolio item will have the link of your actual product which you want to manufacture, and it will be linked to your recipe. So anything you want to have on a dashboard, I mean anything on portfolio level, for any organization they wanted to track if something uh, is some product idea is formed into a requirement, and requirement, for that requirement there is a the product development link is there, and then how it has to be tracked on the financial level, on very top at portfolio level. Any CEO and all, they can have a look of how many projects are going with respect to each of the idea, or manufacturing a new product. So they can refer that here. So this is out of topic, but just to get you the idea, here the whole cycle from idea to launch a product, this slide is incorporated here. So now you can see this is important slide where you can see that whole solution capabilities for process industry is being mentioned here, and the roles who are involved for each phase. Everything can be seen in this slide, and then you can see also the different different modules are involved from the idea to product launch journey. So these all what you are seeing, it is something SAP modules or some modules which must be incorporated when we are implementing SAP PLM for process industry. So you can see here idea in each of the blocks. You can see that respective authorized group of users, or authorized users, or authorized person who need to involve or who are involved within uh, uh, each block of the stage. So you can see here innovation management and portfolio project management, they are involved start to end, because they need to track a product which is going to be handed over for manufacturing, start from the idea to product launch. Collaboration is nothing but where this product manager and until recipe developer, they can track in case of any raw material or components are supplied by any supplier, like how you do in Ariba or how you do in any non-SAP system. Suppose there are n number of suppliers who supplies the raw materials or semi-finished goods or an intermediate products to manufacturing company who is using SAP system. So in order to integrate with the supplier, there is a collaboration, and these roles are involved for the collaboration. They are responsible, and they will make sure that how a right product, how a right semi-finished or components are supplied by supplier which meets the company requirement. So that's why you can see that these three roles are involved within the collaboration, and these all are the collaboration phase which start from here to until formulation. Then you will see that specification management comes into picture uh, once a recipe developer is actually start developing a prototype, start doing the trials, start maintaining the raw materials or semi-finished, finished, intermediates uh, in the system. So this recipe developer will start managing everything within the specification management, which is SAP PLM component. Here you can see that the recipe developer from this concept and trial phase to product launch phase, this document management comes into picture from SAP side, where they require to attach the document, regulatory related document, recipe related document, specification related documents, labels, or any related document which is required to manage from concept and trial phase to product launch phase. So that's why this document management you will see here. Recipe development, you see that just before the handover to manufacturing, where the recipe development comes into picture. If something is failed as per regulatory authorities for the compliance check, then recipe needs to be rejected, or it needs to be not passed on to manufacturing. If the existing recipe needs to be changed, or something needs to be changed, or a version needs to be introduced, so that's how you can see that the stage from here to here handover recipe development model is required here within the SAP. You can see the quality management, wherever you need inspection, wherever you need to do the perform the quality checks, where you need to track the losses during the manufacturing. So all those things will be covered within from this phase to this phase, and quality management also comes into picture. But involvement, a full-fledged involvement from quality management is not, might be not required here, but only with respect to the processes. If some quality checks needs to be done, or some quality requirements related requirement needs to be captured, then it comes into picture. That's why you can see from this stage to this stage quality management is there. Procurement, as you know, that one of our uh, participant, he mentioned that where the procurement are involved. So of course, once the idea of a product, that particular product owner or product manager, they will know that what is the requirement of procurement right from the stage of the scratch of a product idea. That will be that will be there should be involvement for the procurement from right first stage until the last product's launch, so that it will be make sure that how a procurement should be done in order to meet the particular new product or manufacturing a new product. Here you can see the product compliance or recipe development solution, which will be covered within formulation to product launch, and then finally hand over to manufacturing. So this is a very standard kind of scenario, but it can be changed based on the requirement. And these modules of SAP, or the within these blocks, can be replaced or can be added based on the client's requirement. Here you can see that this is introduction to SAP PLM for process industry, and these all are the components. These all are the within the each phase. You can see that in each phase, what all different activities comes within the each blocks. So you can see that this is here the this is very standard kind of stages which is mapped into SAP PLM. And there are some business activities which is been mentioned here. As you can see that innovation management, then project and portfolio management, estimate future product cost. These all are part of project and portfolio management. But in this part of training sessions, we will not go into those things because this is not part. We will see that how the the specification introductions, how the ingredients details, how the nutrient information, how the finalizing recipe, how the creation of recipe, how the calculations. Here you can see the calculations of recipe, how the analyzing and searching a recipe, how the compliance checks comes into picture, how we can configure a compliance check, and how the label recipe generations, sorry, recipe label generations are happening, and how the adoptions, plant adoptions of recipe, which you can say the plant recipe, and how the handover to manufacturing. This is how this slide is being shown. And we will also see that how a customer stories for consumer products industry and how the life science industry it works. They work in PLM. So that's all from this slide, and I think we have already discussed in earlier slides that most of the topics. This is important, or I'd like to show you here how it is important for SAP PLM for process industry, and each of the activities within each stage are mentioned here, and this is very important. And you can visualize here when the ideation and concept development. There are a lot of, once a product, the product manufacturing company, once they want to launch a product, they will have some ideas. They wanted to have a campaign management. They wanted to call lot of suppliers, lot of company who wants to participate for bids. So there is something called campaign management, where which is nothing but in 2022 release version of SAP PLM, SAP is bringing something called collaboration, where a campaign management can be done in SAP system only, SAP PLM system only. But this campaign has to be integrated with our third party system, or with some other recipe system, or anything. It can be integrated, and then different supplier they can bid, they can provide their uh, product, or raw materials which they are going to supply, and then it can be seen within SAP PLM. And that's why you can see here ideas and campaign. So here they can see, and collaboration can be done here. And then project and portfolio, under this block you can see that once this idea is converted as a requirement, then this requirement, for this requirement there can be a portfolio item which needs to be created, which will be linked to a recipe for which a product development needs to be started. So that's why you can see here this idea is connected to our portfolio item, and portfolio item, for that item there is a link of that finished product. For that finished product, a recipe, general recipe, can be created by recipe developer within this phase, this block. And then how this finished product, or in SAP terminology you say that specification, output specification or finished product specification, can be created with multiple components. Here you can see, and this with multiple components you can finalize and do the declaration of document, where your document management comes into picture. And then there will, with compliance check by regulatory authorities, once it is performed the compliance check, then it there will be a product costing calculation which will fall under within the compliance management, but before the handover to manufacturing. The product costing can be on different options, either from the material, how you are used to do the material costing which you maintain in SAP Material Master. Product material relevant costing, that costing can be considered. Costing can be considered from a specification itself, but it depends on business how they want. So the product costing can be done, which will be done within the recipe itself, and then the costing will be visible. And then once this is done, then you can see that after general recipe, there will be a conversion that recipe into a plant recipe, which will have, you can say here that aroma, there will be a plant specification which will have a material, and then material will have a costing, and then you can see the plant recipe will have different bombs. If these bombs are either a specific with respect to one raw material, or it can be a one intermediate, or there will be a multiple bombs. So the plant recipe differs from plant to plant, and it is not at global standard. So global standard will only have the general recipe, where you can't change anything, but you want to change anything with respect to plant, you need to do at this level, plant recipe level. And this is what here you will have different material which differs from plant to plant. So there we will see that a recipe relationship between recipe link or relationship with material, logistic material based on the plant, which differs. So here you can see that this change request to change the reporting, this falls uh, across this stage to this stage. That's why they have mentioned in this slide this journey. If there is some change, or you can say that there is a change required with respect to any product, this needs to be start from this stage, and it falls and represented within this diagram like this. And then once everything is finalized, then they will hand over to the manufacturing. So that is how you can see here the relationship. And this is SAP PLM as per best practices for process industry. So this is a whole picture, or you can say the big picture for SAP PLM for process industry. And these all things we will be covering right from this stage to this stage, when we will cover for model 1 to 6. So everything will be covered. This diagram represents this covers the different activities within the different components. Or you can say that as we discussed that innovation management. So this is not standard, and this is based on customers requirement we can propose, and these many things can be done within the innovation management. Now if you talk on the portfolio and project management, so these things can be done: project evaluation, resource planning, capacity plan, resource or capacity planning, financial planning, creation of a project, creation of a master project, portfolio items. Those things are part of portfolio and project management, monitoring and everything. So this is all part of portfolio and project management. The link between project to to PLM as a recipe development. So that's why you can see that recipe development falls under this stage. Within this picture you can see that in the stage 3, where the recipe development starts once a project is confirmed from portfolio and project management, and then a real recipe development starts here, and then different activities within recipe development takes place. So here are some advantage of integrated solution. That's what you can see that integration aspects for if you want to propose portfolio and project management to your client along with SAP PLM recipe development, then this is the right slide where you can propose to your customer where they can start a uh, uh, innovation management where they will get the idea of creating a new product, and then they can link the idea to requirement and they can create a project, and they can create link that project to a recipe development in the form of new requirement, and then recipe development they can hand over to manufacturing, and hence they can do the commercialization. So they can go from end to end, and they will have an end to end solution from SAP itself. So this slides represents whenever you want to propose to your customer a whole end to end solution, like so many CPG companies, so many pharmaceutical companies, they are involved in R&D, but they want to control over the product development. So how they will do? They will have to start the project, and project they can allocate some budget, and from that budget they can allocate, they will do the financial planning, they will do the capacity planning at project portfolio level, where CEO of a company or leadership they can see what is happening with respect to that product development, and they can track from start to end what was the cost consumption, what was the what was the time taken to develop that product, what all the resources, capacities are involved from start to end, everything they can monitor and control. So to have a better visibility for the upper leadership, definitely if the customer need, they we can propose that solution. There is SAP terminology. They have SAP has something called EPPM, Enterprise Project and Portfolio Management. People and customer they get confused. What is the use of project system? What is the use of project and portfolio management? So how we can use it? So SAP has provided one kind of uh, package based on customers need, where they want something needs to be implemented as a part of SAP solution. So for customer specific project, they have CPM, commercial project management. For investment project like R&D and all, they have investment project module. Then they will go for SAP has something within EPPM called project and portfolio management. Then for just to collect the cost and to integrate between different department like procurement, and then human resource, then production plan. So all other departments they want to integrate, they wanted to have a budget and capacity control, and then finally they want to see on profitability statement what was actually planned for the product costing, or a project budget costing, and then what how much it is consumed and how we can see in the report. Then SAP has a project system which is very old module and very good in terms of if we want to propose, and they wanted to control not on portfolio level, not they are not in R&D, but they wanted to, but they are on kind of contract manufacturing where they get the orders from outside customer, and then they based on that contract they start the manufacturing, but they wanted to see that how much is the budget allocated and what is the cost and what is the revenue generated, and they wanted to see in the financial planning level, financial statement level, then they can I mean, you can propose for project system. So EPPM is consist of CPM, commercial project management, portfolio project management, project system. So these three things. But this slide will show you this is one of the case and one of the solution which you can propose. But of course, based on customer requirement, it will be not always the same proposal from your side. But the stage is same. You can always see this is business process specific stage where each process industry they follow. Okay.
Alright, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What does SAP PLM primarily focus on in the context of recipe development? Option A, streamlining product development processes. Option B, managing financial transactions. Option C, enhancing employee performance. Option D, analyzing market trends. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey, future SAP PLM recipe dev experts, ready to elevate your recipe development game? Dive into our self-paced course on Teachable, the ultimate guide to mastering SAP PLM recipe dev. Unlock the secrets of configuring SAP PLM for streamlined recipe development. From creating and managing recipes to ensuring compliance, we cover it all. Meet your seasoned instructor, learn from real-world scenarios, and hear success stories from students just like you. Our course is designed by experts who know the ins and outs of SAP PLM. Affordable and packed with value, it won't break the bank. Don't just take our word for it, hear what our satisfied students have to say. Become a SAP PLM recipe dev, pro at your own pace. Ready to embark on this learning journey? Enroll now on our Teachable course page. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training. Let's make your recipe development skills shine.
We are going to complete this module 1 slides and module 1 topics, and then we will switch over to a next topic for module 2, where we will go through the basic data tool, which is nothing but the master data required to build a recipe. Before that, we will also have insight about bill of materials, different types of bill of materials, single level bill of materials, and multi-level. And then we will if we will have time, then we will go for the exercise. I'll take you through the configuration related to basic data tools and everything. Okay, so now yesterday we had stopped at this slide and we had discussed about these stages, and we have understand yesterday that based on the client's requirement we can propose the different modules in scope. So based on the requirement we can propose the different SAP modules, either a PLM or alone PLM or along with PLM, project and portfolio management. And if there is a requirement of cost and profitability statement where they want to see, and then we can also propose the project systems. And we also talked about commercial project management and investment project and customer investment project, both we have discussed. Yeah, these all are the industry customer benefits if they use the PLM in CP industry, consumer product industry. So while submitting an RP proposal, you will have to provide that justification that how the PLM is going to give the benefit to them if they are going to implement this SAP PLM module. So this is insight about how the customer is going to be benefited, because we have seen that there are a lot many users, a lot many recipe developers. They will be working on silos, and they will be they are not connected. So some users, they are using they're developing a product. They're keep on doing trials with different version, but which is not aligned with the other users who are already working in different part of the country or different plants. So all those things, it is missing. So here, this is few of the consumer customers benefit PLM bring up here. So this is just for information and very theoretical. Yeah, of course, once you try to explain, you can always correlate with the better traceability, more transparency, supplier collaborations, and then end-to-end visibility, and then different product comparison. And this slide talks about PLM in process industry, and you can see that there are different, the stage, or you can say the flow, process flow is same. Idea to launch a product, and from idea of creating a product, and then for that new product development, they'll create a project, and that once that is approved, then that particular product will form into a requirement, and it will be handed over to recipe developer, and recipe developer will start working on prototyping. And once they will start the prototyping, they will do the trials, different trials, and once it is fine, and then they will hand over for the formulation, where the again recipe developer will start working on the formulation, and once it is finalized, they will send it to the regulatory authority, and regulatory authority will check the compliance for the recipe which they have received from recipe developer. And then they, once the compliance check is successful, all documents are meeting the requirement, and then they will authority will approve that particular product recipe, and that recipe, global recipe, they will it will be handed over to production engineer, and they will start the manufacturing. So here you can see that this picture is representing how specification, and how what is the relationship between the specification and the material. Here you can see that this is a product flow. Here you can see that one product specification uh, is linked to multiple materials. But the relationship with specification and material will be unique. It doesn't matter, the material number will be different. So one plant will be using one material, another plant will be using another material. So there is a configuration settings. There is a based on the business scenario, you can configure in such a way that either you want to have one specification with one material, or one specification with n number of material. Okay, so that's why in the first part, you can see the product flow. They have shown that product specification will have 1 is to n. So where they have shown the relationship with specification and material with n number of material. Raw material flow, you can see that, and here you can see this is acting as a product specification, which is nothing but your finished product, which will be linked to the general recipe, which is, it is nothing but when you are preparing a recipe, when you are or any recipe developer is trying to make a general recipe, so they will definitely have to consider uh, an output specification, which is linked from here in this picture, what you can see. So every general recipe will have one, at least one product specification, which is nothing but your output specification, and then that specification will be treated as a final product or finished product. So, and you can see here the ingredient specification, which is nothing but a raw material. So in there are different ingredients, there are different which is used for a recipe. So it will be on trial already for a recipe, and multiple ingredient specification can be used as can be used and linked to a recipe. So basically, if you want to prepare a finished product, and if you want to use multiple ingredient specification, then in this picture is this diagram, it shows that raw material flow, which is nothing but your ingredient, or you can say it is raw material also. So it will be used here and it will be added to the recipe. So that's why you can see that flow is from here ingredient specification to general recipe. So in upcoming sessions, I will show you how you can directly add an ingredient specification to a recipe when we are creating a recipe. And recipe type, of course, here general recipe. And general recipe will definitely have at least one output specification, which is in diagram. In this diagram, it is shown as it is linked from here. So specification will have uh, um, output specification will form a general recipe. And then you can see here as a site recipe, which is nothing but a plant recipe. There is a config setting, the plant dependent settings and plant independent setting in SPRO, where you can do the setup if you want to make one recipe as a plant specific recipe or not. If something is made as a plant recipe, then you need to set up the configuration there, so that you can treat that recipe as a site recipe, or you can say the same thing as a plant recipe. So you can create from one general recipe to multiple plant recipe. Suppose you have one global product which is available across the globe, but as per India, and in as per in India plant, suppose they have five plants, but they are using different components for a recipe. So what they will do, they are not going to change this global product, but they will just copy, and then they'll make five different site recipe as per five plant. That's why you can see that one is to n relationship. One general recipe can have multiple site recipe or multiple plants. That's why you can see that here one is to n relationship. And then finally, this site recipe or plant recipe can have multiple BOM or master recipes. So which you can see here one is to n relationship. Of course, recipe will have one main finished one main output spec, which will have the multiple components, which is similar to your BOM. So BOM will have main component or parent, which will be followed by a child, which you can say that n number of child. So that's why it is shown here 1 is to n relationship. So here you can, this picture shows that derived information. What is it about? This is this gives an information about how from a general recipe you can generate a different types of labels. And this label is basically called a product label, which is used in product packaging. So it can be different types of label, like packaging label or different product labels. So everything you can derive for a process industry, for PLM, you can derive from general recipe. And of course site recipe also you can generate a label. So when you are generating a label which is used for a product packaging, you need to decide whether you want to generate a label from either from a general recipe or from a site recipe. You can still decide, and based on that one you need to do the setting for the label layouts and all, and where you can generate a different labels. And there will be a different registration information also, which will be available along with this one. And of course once compliance, that's why you can see that under compliance and label you can see this part. So this is, that's why this diagram is shown in this way, where you can correlate the things. Okay. And uh, this so here you can see the derived information, also all sorts of label, all sorts of registration information, certificate, everything will be attached to that recipe. Here you can see the raw material flow. You can see that ingredient specification is nothing but a raw material which will be procured, and which will be, which you can say that it is also a purchasing specification. So in order to manufacture a finished product, you need different raw materials, and that raw materials should be procured from different suppliers of that raw material. So you can, it will be a internal process. They will create a purchase order, or they will have the collaboration with supplier where they can supply uh, the raw material. So that's why you can see that raw material flow. You can see the ingredient spec, purchasing spec, and then new raw materials. So this has got a 1:1 relationship. Here you can see that deviating product flow for flavors or special chemicals. This is your 1:1 relationship is there. So where you can see that one product specification will have one material creation once you hand over uh, to manufacturing. So basically this is the overall flow as per the PLM in process industry. And there they have shown here the relationship between specification, ingredient specifications, general recipe to site recipe, and how it is labels and registration information are derived, and what is the relationship between specification and material here. General recipe always will be having one final version where the changes are not allowed, and when there is a changes required, so that is how the site or plant recipe needs to be created. So there is an option, you copy from the latest version of general recipe and make plant recipe and do the changes, and you can optimize the calculation there only in the plant recipe level. So there is no dependency anymore once you copied from general recipe to site recipe or plant recipe, and you make the changes, you optimize the calculation, you do the costing, you replace the existing ingredient, and substitute with any other ingredients. So everything you can do at plant recipe level. That has to be done manually, and of course, if there is any custom calculation you require to be adopted, you need to adopt at the plant recipe level. In any recipe, if you are making a changes, the changes where you will make, you will make a changes first in the input specification, or you can say the input, different input ingredients level of any of the recipe. Either you can do the changes in general recipe if you are allowed, if you are authorized, and then once you make the changes in the input of the specification, you can finalize and do the you can transfer that changes to the output of the recipe. Then only your value will travel from down to top, and then you can finalize that, you can release that recipe again, and then that new version, obviously new version will be available with your new changes. These things you can do either from general recipe or a site recipe. So it depends
Okay.
on how the authorization allows you. General recipe is restricted for any changes, and of course, if the authorized person they wanted to make a changes which is derived from the global level recipe, then they will copy from existing version of general recipe, and they will make a new version and new alternate recipe, and then and then that changes from that general recipe, new version recipe changes, they will copy to site recipe or plant recipe, and then you make changes as per your requirement. If there is a global change required, suppose there the material itself is changed, or a material, the logistic material itself is obsolete, then the requirement comes from, you cannot do at directly at site recipe or plant recipe. Someone has to trigger from the global recipe, which is nothing but your general recipe. That material needs to be replaced with a new material, but first of all they need to finalize that general recipe and create a site recipe, and then they will hand over, and then material will be linked to that general recipe. So finally, if based on the requirement, you need to, I mean, it depends on who are involved, and the changes are required at plant level. You can still copy the existing plant recipe version and do the changes. But if the changes are required at global recipe level, then you can anyhow things will not work for you when you wanted to make any change at plant recipe level. It has to trigger from the global level of recipe. A recipe has got version and alternate concept. So when you want to make any change, you need to stick on which version you are making a change. Whether you are copying from the latest version of site recipe and then you are making a change, system will uh, ask you to copy that recipe, which will create it altogether a new version of that recipe, and then you can make a changes whatever you want. So recipe in PLM, you have the option standard. Either you take, either you consider any types of recipe, general recipe or site recipe. You have an option to T2PO, transfer to primary output. So whatever changes you will make on the down, it has to be transferred to the primary output in order to highlight the total value of that particular product. Does it answer your question? Because I understand this is, I mean, from business perspective, you are telling it is correct, but in SAP, a general recipe or plant recipe or site recipe is a type of recipe. And when you wanted to make a changes, you cannot directly make a changes in the output specification of the recipe. You need to make a changes in the down level, in the input of that recipe. Input is nothing but either your raw material, or you can say ingredient spec, or nutrient, or diet, or anything. So that changes you want to reflect, then first you need to copy that recipe itself and make a new version, and then you make a change. So this is the best practices. It says you cannot you cannot change the existing recipe which is already released and you make a changes. That is not good practice. The best practice is you copy the recipe, existing recipe, create a new version, then it will the status will get reverted where the changes are allowed, and then you make a changes in the input of the specification of that recipe, and you finalize that changes. How you will finalize? You finalize from transfer to primary output, which we call it as a shortcut T2PO. And once you do the T2PO, then your values which you have changed at the input specification of the recipe will flow to the primary output, which is on top, which is called as a general recipe output or site recipe output. And then your changes will be displayed there. The see additional information, it depends on if you are selling a product in one country. Suppose you are selling a product in India, differs with the product with the same product you are selling in Sri Lanka. So it will have, based on certain ingredient which will be supplied by different supplier, that can be a change there. And as well, the material which is internal, technically that material will be same, but the thing is the material number and those things will be changed based on the country. You have different plants, and you in different plants you are using different raw materials. That can be another change. So these kind of generic changes you will find. So for general recipe, you can have 1:1 relationship, and it is based on like you have seen that there are global recipe and a plant recipe. So there is a business case. So if you want to assign what, always it will be a unique relationship, but you can have one recipe, one specification, or you can say one output specification can have different materials assigned, but it will be unique relationship, not one is to one. You cannot assign x material to again to some other recipe. It should be x only, but product specification will have, you can maintain either one recipe with x or one recipe with x y z a b c anything. Yeah. So coming back to this, uh, and I know that this is on usability perspective, and based on the data objects, this slide is grouped together, and also the role, like you can see here, this is a project manager and who manage the projects at this level and from start to end. And here you can see the product manager who takes care of this campaign management ideas, the different documents required. So product briefs, scope briefs, everything will be is taken care by product manager. So more or less this slide you can see that based on the role, how the different activities are grouped together. So you can see here for a recipe developer, for us it is important here that product specification, ingredient specification, general recipe and site recipe will be performed by recipe developer. And packaging development, there are different packaging based on the product requirement, artwork, graphics. So all these things fall under this formulation and recipe, and will be done by packaging department. Here label experts, so they will be working on product labels. That's why you can see here under this component. Here you can see that handover to manufacturing. So where you can see that product engineer and master data responsibilities, everything is mentioned here. Okay. So here the roles, again the roles in R&D, you can see here different roles. And if I wanted to show you about the roles, yeah, this slide shows you the who all are involved at which stage. So rather than talking about those slides where we have shown the, where we were, yeah. So here you can see that basic, and when we do the exercise, so it is important that the specific role to perform those activities has to have assigned to that particular user. Then only you can see in Fury tiles that particular, then only you can see in Fury Launchpad that particular Fury app is visible for them. So that's why in order to understand and perform the activity, this but as per general business process, these all roles, authorities, they are involved for from end to end. That's why this slide shows about that. This is about customer stories in the life science industry. As you can see that this is a typical product development for life sciences, where you will find that there are two stages in, there are two different activities in life science. One is basically like they will be working on some uh, processing, or you can say active ingredient processing, and second one will be a drug development. So basically the life science and pharma industry, they will work on these two parallel activities, and then finally uh, they make it together, and then they will proceed for the manufacturing. So now this example shows the life science industry, where you can see that idea of a product with respect to a project finance related activities will be the starting phase here, and then they will find the specification and formulation they identify, and then in order to procure for the formulation or specification they will procure the material or raw material from the supplier. So that's why you can see that here is a supplier collaboration. There are the document and dossier management related activity will be performed in next stage, and then once it is approved by regulatory change management, then this will be sent for market approval. In between these two, there are different trials. There are different stage and trial phase one, two, three, and once third is successfully completed, then they will send for production, and that will be based on the market approval. So this is more or less the life science industry, how you can how they can use the PLM for their product development. And I think this slide we have already discussed earlier. So this is a end-to-end uh, phase from ideation to commercialization. Only the difference between from earlier slide to this slide is you can see that here different system involved, and SAP system where the master data element, material master everything. You can see here MDG, and SAP MDG is there, SAP PLM which covers this one, SAP EPPM which covers this activities, and then ERP or S4 you can see here. So from this is SAP perspective. This slide is shown, but as per the end-to-end phase, it is same as earlier. This is a best practice for new product development, and you can see that here the specification management, recipe development, and material management, how it is linked, and this is the overall process flow which you can see end to end, and how the specifications are involved. For here you can see the finished product spec. Yeah, you can see that this is more or less end-to-end process for new product development, and it is a standard. You can see that here recipe handover to manufacturing, and there are different stages where they finalize everything. They create a recipe for finished product, and then they maintain a recipe header, and then they maintain a recipe formula, and then they once the check is successful, then they will hand over to manufacturing. So here also you can see that link for the trigger of creation of a recipe creation workflow. This is more or less very standard, and it will be changed as per business case. So, but this is representation from SAP for PLM, new for best practices in new product development. This is just for information. You can see this is the for this slide is more or less from project and portfolio management perspective, but this is not part of our lab exercise or training. But this is just for your information. In future, if anything you want to correlate from start to end, you can refer this. Here you can see that in trial you can see that how the managed specification and different stages are mentioned about, and in each of the stages there are different bullet points which is mentioned where anyone has to perform the activity. So these all are more of uh, these all are more or less from the any if you are involved with any RFP proposal and you wanted to show that how end to end process flow for a SAP PLM recipe development, you need to propose. You can consider this upper end-to-end flow, and then you can capture this all from each stages, the different attributes where you will have to estimate basically. So these all are different activities from each of the stages. So these all will have a different box, and where you can mention that what all activities are performed within this each of the blocks. So here you can see that in compliance, the product compliance and how you were, and I think one of our colleague, I could not get his name. He was talking about transfer to primary output, and then compliance level check and recipe release for the production. This all, I mean, wherever you are seeing this highlighted, you can see that this slide is for compliance, and you can see that within compliance there are different activities, and with that activity, each of the block will have these activities. That's what this diagram shows. Then finally, you can see that here handover to manufacturing when you are finalizing the BOM recipe synchronization, BOM to BOM, and you can this slide shows about that. And this is about the change. This is basically for engineering change management, where we will also cover in the module 6 or part 6. We will see that how engineering record or engineering change record will be created, how it will be triggered, how the change process flows, what all different types of activities we do, how the workflow template can be built. So basically, this slide shows this slide represents the changes, how the change process gets triggered, and how it is getting approved, and how the changes are released for production, and how it is handed over to manufacturing. So that's why this you can see that in this diagram it shows about the managed changes. So this is basically if the changes are triggered either from the manufacturing, or the changes related to the design changes. So it has to go through the certain approval process, and it needs to trigger. So this diagram shows more or less the about engineering change management. These all blocks are different activities which falls within each of the block. Okay, so we are done with this module 1. We will start with the next module, which is more or less more activities we need to perform in the system, and we will start the master data elements of recipe. Here it is important, and we are going to start from scratch. I mean, we'll go through the all configuration user guide, you can say, for specification management. Then we will go through the different specification types, identify usage, specification property, status management, material assignment. Okay, the concept of inheritance and reference for copy specification. Okay, so this model is very basic and very important, and in order to start uh, a master data element which is required for recipe. Okay, so we are in module 2, or you can say the part 2, where so module 1 we are done here. So we are going to the module 2, which is for important for master data elements for recipe building. This you can see here, it is a data model, and this is high level but very simple. And very clear picture where you can see that a finished product recipe. This is basically a data model where you can see that the bulk product recipe or pre-mix recipe, and then raw material specification, it is all connected, and finally a primary output specification which is linked with the material, and then it is all connected to the finished product recipe. So this is basically a data model, and we are going to follow this data model and create a recipe in the system, and then you will understand one recipe or one intermediate can be used as an input of the recipe. Also one premix recipe which is already a recipe that can be used within a recipe when you are creating a new recipe. One bulk product recipe can be used which has got multiple raw material specification. Of course, in order to finalize the recipe, you will have a packaging recipe also. You can also create a packaging recipe. You will have packaging specification added based on the business scenario. You can add there and you can create a recipe for that. So in turn, you can have a recipe, both type, packaging recipe also you can create, and finished product recipe also you can create. But in this diagram, you can see that it is an overall data model it is provided. This is a very rough picture which I was, generally I draw and I show step by step, but you can say that how the master data is here. You can see that there are raw material, ingredient, semi-finished, and ingredient 2. There are two different ingredients. These all are actually used as an input of the recipe, which helps to create a which will fall under a recipe formula. So basically, what is recipe formula is nothing but it is a combination of different input specification which is used. So if you ask that what is specification? Specification is a description that uses identifies value assignment type and the header information, which shows the physical chemical properties. So that is why we call it as a specification. So these all inputs what you are seeing, this is used to create a finish, used to manufacture a finished product, or a recipe developer or in the lab they will create all this specification, and then they will use this specification into a recipe, and they will formulate this, and they will transfer all these formulations value everything to a output, and this output will become the final product which you are seeing example here, Tata Tea Gold, which is the final product what you can see. And this will be called as an output of the recipe. So here you can see that all the values will flow from this input of the recipe. This is one of the example for CPG industry, or this is one of the example from pharma industry, where you can see that aspirin will be treated as a recipe output here, or a final product which is available in the market. This part I don't want to talk because this is MSDS or label which is part of EHS. And whenever someone wants to create a MSDS or a label which is relevant to chemical industry, that will also be generated out of out of the either from the input or either from the final product output. So, but in PLM for process industry, we have recipe label. We are not using the EHS specific label. We are not using WWI templates. We are not using those template layouts. So altogether, recipe has its own label where you can generate, and then you can use that. So this you can see that this is nothing but a centralized database. uh, I mean, the centralized database is nothing but specification will have lot of attributes, physical, chemical properties, the name, and what all different values needs to be maintained. So everything should be maintained within those specifications, and it can be at individual level, either at raw material level, ingredient specification, semi finished specification, or ingredient specification, everything. Out of it, we can also generate a formula, but sorry, report, but which can be for internal purpose only, which will be not for the customer. Because in PLM for process industry, the formulation report is something which is usable inside of the organization. It is for internal and confidential information, and for sometimes in any of the client or any of the organization, they wanted to have that formulation report, then we can generate that formulation report based on the requirement. Yeah, so now next topic is bill of materials, as based on Swati and based on Sriman's input, we wanted to include these slides, and we wanted to talk on bill of materials. So that's why this simple example I wanted to bring here in 2 3 slides, where you can understand. Because when we are going for a recipe creation, what all, then we will have to understand what is bill of material. So you can see here, so the this is actually hierarchy of bill of material. Bill of material is nothing but, you can say that in simple example, if you want to order a laptop, then laptop is a main material which is sold to the customer, which is available in the market. But laptop has its own component, like you can see what is the processor it is being, what is the processor configuration, what is the keyboard is used, and what type of keyboard, whether without backlight or with backlight, what is the monitor, and what is, I mean, this is actually a very rough example. As if you ask me, here it should be a computer monitor, because here you can see the processor, keyboard, and monitor is there. So this is something like desktop computer, but I think it is shown here laptop, it should not be. But this is a rough cut example I wanted to bring here. Keyboard will have casing and keys, so this is a standard structure of bill of material where you can see. So similarly, if you are going to buy any finished product, might be with that finished product you will it will come by default a different set of product, which is might be not visible for the customer, but it is always comes with the product. So you can see here the bill of material addresses the component that form your product and the production time per component. So it lists, it will have the quantity. So it can have, the parent can have one quantity or it can have two quantities. And so you can see that here you can see that the upper part is called a parent, okay, which is sold in the market, and this part you can see that this is called children. So when you will find very frequently that when somebody talks about bomb, then they will very frequently they will call it as a parent and child relationship. So parent is nothing but your main material or finished product which is available in the market, anything. And the child or children is nothing but the lower level of material which is might be not visible, but it is always linked to that main material, main parent bomb. So about this is about uh, this is about the bill of material. Okay. And this is also called a single level of bomb, where you can see here, you can see the example of multi-level bomb. Here in this example, you can see this is a main material or main bomb, where it is indicated as A. A has got two components, B and C, and in turn B will also have multiple components, like B has one component, and also other than G they have F. So B has two component, G and F. C has got two component, E and D, and in turn E will also have two components. So this diagram represents a clear representation of the multi-level bomb and how it is being separated. You can see here level 0 is the main bomb or main finished product which is sold in the market. So this is a parent bomb, and this level where you can see A has got two component, B and C. So this is level 1. Level 2, you can see the children, where you can see that C has got two different component along with B, which has got the two components, and level 3 has got level 3 has got another component for G. But here you can see that G again has two quantity, not one quantity. But in green, highlighted in green above, you can see that one quantity. So this has got two component, but one of the component has got two quantities of this particular component, and all other has got one quantity. So you can see here, but what is the significance of this color is nothing but this component is also used here, and the lead time is same here. So basically, this multi-level bomb, this graphical representation shows that the structure of multi-level bomb, and what is parent and what is child. So this the lower level is called as a child, and the top level what you are seeing is the main bomb material, what you can see here. And there are different level 0, level 1, level 2, and level 3. So whenever you enter, you try to order a product, or in normal scenario, when you go and buy anything, any computer or any laptop, uh, so they will have different component. It will automatically considered in the sales order. So that is nothing but your component which is exploded, but it will be only exploded when there is a itemized bill are required. So the system will show that how many components are linked to that main material or main product. So that is how this bomb concept is there. If we talk about the types, different bill of materials types, then you can see here there are different types of bomb. This is engineering bomb, manufacturing bomb, and sales bill of material. Okay. So when you are selling to a customer, you will have a finished product, which is nothing but your sales bill of material, where seller will show that particular sellable component in the itemized bill. So that kind of thing will come into picture when you talk about sales bill of material. Manufacturing bill of material is nothing but which is a sellable in which will be used for a manufacturing department, and they will always refer this manufacturing bill of material as a logistic material. And but in their terminology they will call it as a M bomb. Engineering bomb is nothing but it is engineer for engineer product, and which can be used based on the stage to stage, but it is not finalized at one shot. So for engineering department, they will use and they will call this E bomb as an engineer term, and which they will uh, they will handover to the manufacturing. So there is a the stage. Uh, if I call at a design bomb, which will be designed initially to have a manufacture to manufacture that product. So first stage is design bomb, then second stage will be engineering bomb, where it will be handed over. I mean, for any design product, design bomb, which will have the different components. With the main bomb, it will be handed over for the engineering department. They will then add the multiple things, and they will make a engineering bomb, and then engineering bomb they will hand over to manufacturing bomb. And once this manufacturing bomb from the manufacturing department is been done, then it will be sent to the customer, where the sales department, they will call it as a sales bomb. So there are different types of bomb based on the usability they call it as. And here is the example, a very simple but good example. What you can see here, parts of a mountain bike, which you can see here, the finished product, which is your main bomb, which you would have seen in the level 0 in the previous slide. And level 1 bomb is nothing but your wheel and frame of this bike. And wheel has got four different bomb components, which you can see here: spokes, tire, beam, and hub. And I understand that this is relevant to manufacturing or discrete industry, but this was a very simple example to refer. So I have put up this in the slide. So you can see here level 2 bomb is here. So this level 1 bomb has different component, which is grouped into level 2 bomb, which is highlighted under level 2 bomb, sorry. Yeah. And level 3 bomb, you can see that tire has got tire valve, which has got another component, which is grouped under level 4 bomb. So this is overall representation of a bomb types, and how what is the hierarchy of this bomb. So you can see that in the previous slide we have seen another example of laptop or desktop computer, and we have seen that how the bomb level 0 to level 4 we have seen. Similarly, bringing this mountain bike as an example, how the bomb hierarchy is shown here, and how many types of bill of materials available. But for process industry, definitely similar to this, we have recipe bomb, and then we have manufacturing bomb, which we are going to hand over to manufacturing. So the recipe bomb will be synchronized to the manufacturing bomb, and then this recipe bomb will be finalized to a manufacturing bomb, and manufacturing bomb will be linked to the logistic material. So in logistic, in simple terms, in process industry, they don't have this kind of uh, terminology very frequently used like engineering bomb. But in engineering industry, they term this as an engineering bomb. But R&D, whatever the terminology they will use as a formulation or recipe formulation. They will call as an intermediate. Intermediate is nothing but another uh, product or another raw material which is used uh, to form a final product or final recipe. So these kind of premixes is nothing but a kind of a kind of level 2 or level 3 bomb, what you can see here. So premixes, intermediate, these all are one type of bomb only, which has got its own component, which has its own raw material, which has its own ingredient, which is linked to that. And then that in premixes and intermediates are used to create an altogether new recipe. So that's how they termed it. So this is what about bomb. and this was very short, and I think you can refer this slide. Okay, so now we are coming to the basic data and tool component, where we discuss how what is the concept and structure of menu. Let me tell you one important point here, that recipe does not have its own. When it started from offering from SAP side, then there was they didn't have, I mean, recipe management was there long back. When in 15 years back, then SAP PLM for recipe management started. That time there was no component available in SPRO for a specification, but it was used to be under basic data component, basic data and tools, which was under EHS. So you will see that you can still see there are there are specification management under PLM recipe development, and there are specification under the EHS, environmental health and safety, and under that one you will also find the specifications and basic data tools. Under basic data tool you will find the specification phrase and different component. We'll see. Before going to integration with other modules, I'd like to show you the specification. So this is a specification management, and which is required for the data elements of recipe. So you can see here the hierarchy which needs to be started from the listed substance. So we need to go in this direction when we want to build a recipe. And of course, in the next slide, I also have the whole recipe structure. So you can see here for PLM, for process industry, they maintain all regulatory related information at pure substance level. So the example of pure substance is here. So what is pure substance? So you can see here the sugar and which is pure in nature, and baking soda, ammonia, all these are available. All these are called as a pure substance. So this pure substance example. So basically, there is a difference between listed substance and pure substance. For chemical industry, they maintain their regulatory related data at listed substance level. For PLM, for process industry, they maintain their regulatory data at pure substance level, and they will use this as a they will use this as a component of any finished product specification or output specification, or any kind of uh, specification, ingredient specification for the process industry or chemical industry. So whenever you want to talk about uh, whenever you want to maintain the listed substance, then you maintain for the chemical industry relevant regulatory related information. Whenever you want to update the regulatory relevant information, then you need to maintain at listed substance level. Whenever process industry related regulatory information they want to maintain, they start from pure substance. So I have shown here, you can go in this way, you can assign this pure substance to real substance group, and it can be assigned to real substance, and then this has got a relationship like this, and the hierarchy we need to follow like this. And basically this shows the specification management, how the specification, different types of specifications are available here, which is nothing but listed, pure, real substance group. So these kind of specification types are available. and mainly it is used for chemical industry and also for process industry. From if we differentiate from SAP perspective, it is based on the how you want to use. But here on the top, you can see that when you open the system, you can see that in the specification database, you can see that there are different types or category. You can see that substance, agent, packaging, waste code, and DG classification. So there are two ways you can open the specification in the system. I'd like to show you. So I hope you everyone will have the access of this, and I have provided already the roles which is required to access this Fury tiles. So I have logged in to Fury Launchpad, and I can see that all these Fury tiles are available. So please be remember, whenever we want to do the master data activities, it can be done from the backend. And whenever transactional activities and all you want to do, you can use this Fury tile. So and the configuration for the, and yes, this is S4 HANA on premise. It is not cloud, but S4 HANA cloud also has got now the specification management, collaborations, everything is available. But wherever you wanted to propose the specification management for a cloud, whenever customer asks that we wanted to manage our all specification which is required to build a recipe from the cloud solution. So do you have cloud solution available from SAP PLM? Then your answer should be yes. So now from this year onward, SAP is launched the specification management everything as a cloud solution. So you can use that SAP PLM specification management for the cloud, and they can manage everything and they can integrate with different suppliers from the collaboration. Okay. So and the system what I am showing you, it is the on-premise system which has to be installed, where the license to buy this on-premise is different compared to cloud, PLM cloud. Okay. So you can open the launchpad from here. You can see that /UI2 /FLP, but some case you need to configure in your host file the IP address where if you want to call from easy access menu in GUI, then the system will take you directly there. Or if you have already the URL, then this URL will also take you there, and this you can reach to Fury portal, and you can access the Fury tiles which you wanted to work on. So here you can see that uh, in traditional way you have something called the transaction code CG02BD, where uh, you want to access the specification. But please be remember, whenever you are working on S4 HANA, then always the HANA database will always understand if you do some transactional activity from Fury portal, and you will observe that whenever you try to do something from backend, but it is not visible in the Fury portal, the data are not visible. So please understand that the S4 HANA database structure, tables and all, it is differently managed compared to ECC. So and we have to be careful, and we have, as per best practices, we have to always uh, perform the transitional activity everything from here. So you can see that manage specification is here, And you can see that there are a lot of standard specifications are available, and you can see that there are option to create a specification here. And you can see that here there are specification category, specification type, authorization group. These all are mandatory. So you can see that there are substance, packaging, raw substance, real substance. So these all are category which is predefined by SAP. So which cannot be changed. But if you want to change, so this is something you can change, specification type. So there is an a configuration assignment between the specification type to specification category. So under one category, you can assign your own specification types. So specification type, which is configurable, specification category, which is not configurable. It is predefined in the system. We will go to backend and we will see that how this configuration and where this configuration is. I wanted to show you here. Uh, yeah. So you can go to logistic. Logistic, yeah. You can see here product lifecycle management, logistic general product lifecycle management, and you can see here the PLM user interface. Here you can see that recipe development, and you can see here specification management. So if you want to take the screenshot or the path, you can take. Otherwise I will share with you the link of SAP help, where you will find the path also. Okay, so you can see here product life logic under the logistic general product life cycle management, PLM web interface. You can see here specification management, and then you can see here under recipe development, you can see here basic settings. So I was talking about the configuration for this specification category and specification type. So you can see here before going to the specification number, system will generate its own specification number. How it will be? I mean create specification, and if I will enter continue, then system will generate a specification number. As you can see, the specification number 242. So this number, it is configurable, and this is configurable from here, specify number range for specification. So here you can configure your number range which is required for the specification. So if your client is saying that I don't want 242 number for this specification of particular specification type, then you can go and configure from here specification number range for specification. I mean scenario is there where you can specify the number range. I mean you can access that from there also. From Fury app also you can enter the transaction code and it will take you there, or you can
Okay.
come here in GUI and you can access this SPR. Okay, so so the number range here, I have whole set of configuration document which we will see, but I just wanted to start from the from this basic topic for the number range, specification type, and the specification category. That's why I have come here. So the specification type, so there are different specification type based on the uses which you can configure in the system here. So if you want to copy a specification which you want to use for your own purpose, you can copy this and you can make it your name as per your requirement, and you can put a description here, the specification type description as uh, something, and here it is a material assignment. If this spec type you are going to use for a specification which will have a material assignment, then you can use that. Otherwise, you can remove this material assignment. And this will, once I will copy this, system will ask me to copy all the dependent objects. Then you can copy all. So there are number of dependent entries are copied as 21. So you, this way you can create a spec type, and which will have to configured under a certain specification category. You can see that under this substance, you can see that this specification type will be visible. So that is how you come here, and that is how you come here. And when you try to create a specification, the system will show you in the first screen specification category and specification type and the authorization group. Okay. So here, if you want to assign this specification time, and it should be visible for all of the specification for this spec category, then it will show you that those specification type under that. Okay. So we were here. So specification management. So we wanted to go here that what is the specification management and how it is managed. So as I have shown you, there are two ways. I will not save this because we are not supposed to do any changes in the configuration. So I mentioned you that if you want to access the specification and you are using the you are working on S4 HANA system, then you should go to Fury portal, and you have to access the specification and create the specification from here. Either manage specification or create a specification, both are same. Okay, you can create the specification. Or if you are not on S4 HANA system, some client they are still not moved to HANA, but they are using uh, the the ECC, still they can go to this transaction code and they can access the specification workbench here. As you can see that they have specific substance, dangerous goods classification, package and material. So here like this, you can access the specification and you can search the specification. So you can see that like this, you can search a specification, and I want to show you in backend. Like in GUI, you have accessed this specification and what is the significance of this specification, and what all important fields are there, and what is header and what is property tree, and how we can configure this for any spec type. Okay. So I wanted to go, yeah. So as you can see that if you want to search a specification workbench, you can access through CG0 to BG transaction code, or you can go directly to the Fury. If your client is already on S4 HANA, you can go to Fury portal and you can access the manage specification Fury tile or create a specification Fury tile. So there is a specific list of roles which you need to know when you want to work on specification management. You treat you as a recipe developer, where you have to manage all the specification, different specifications, so that once you create the specification, you can use it as a input of the formula to create a recipe. So that's why it is required. We need to work on first specification management. So these are very generic thing, specification database, which you can find here. There are different category. So this is substance category, dangerous goods classification. This is a standard in nature offered by SAP. Okay. So which you have already seen in the SPRO, where you can control. Okay. So here you can see that, as mentioned previously, this can be accessed. What is now the important thing is what all area are available within the specification management. There are three area: toolbar, navigation, and detail structure, as well as application area. If you can see this, so are you seeing here this area green highlighted? You can is called navigation area. Here what you are seeing, the arrow mark, binocular, all this is called toolbar, and this is application area. What you can see here, which is part of specification header, and here you can see the property tree area, which is also very important for any specification. So please be remembered, one specification type can have one property tree or more than one property tree, and it is configurable. So you can configure based on your requirement, and how you will configure I will show you. And so once you configure, then only based on the specification type this property tree will be populated, and you can make it as a default also. Whenever somebody will create a specification for that spec type, it will be always visible here, that particular property tree. So this is an application area where you can see the all specification header tabs are there. So this diagram shows about the SAP GUI transaction codes for specification management. What about the Fury tiles? I will go to manage specification here. See, I wanted to show you the both ways. We don't know if somebody works on still ECC, somebody works on S4 HANA. The both way you need to understand how it is managed. Okay. So here you can see that already created specification. I have to click on display specification, and you can see here the not similar with the SAP GUI screens, but it has got different screen, but it is very much uh, mapped from what is displayed in the behind. So you can see that there are three views, main views: general data view, properties views, process routing view. Okay. So under general data view, you have basic data, identifiers, header, status, material assignment, and relationship. Let's go to uh, in this picture. You can see that specification header, which is nothing but your in the Fury tile. You can see under general data, it is it is available here. Header data, what you are seeing here, specification data. So administration, validity, everything is same. Only thing, the screen looks like different. Okay, but the content what you can see from back end, it is same. What it is visible here. Okay, identifier. What is identifier? Why it is necessary? And where you can control this identifier? Suppose you are in China, and you are selling a product called Lakme sunscreen cream. So and for Lakme sunscreen cream, you treat this specification as your final output specification. So the Chinese people, will they able to understand the Lakme sunscreen name with the English name? More or less, the logic you are mentioning is right actually, but the thing is we have to maintain the identifier in different language when we are selling this product, finished product, and this finished product is nothing but your output specification which will be used in the recipe. And in order to use in the recipe which will be sold in the market, that recipe name should come from this specification, and that is how you add here name in different language. And other than English, you can maintain this language in Chinese, or you can maintain in Thai, or you can maintain in a different language. So based on that language, this product name will be displayed. Okay, and then same product you can sell in different countries. but the information which you wanted to show for that product should be maintained or should be known by the name of that local language. So that is how the identifier is nothing but where you identify the name of the product. So it is nothing but when you are selling a product, a consumer product, obviously it will be known by name. If you are selling a product, a chemical product, then definitely it will have the chemical number. Okay. Or if you are selling a product, a petroleum product, then it will have a unique number which is nothing but ionolysis substance. So these kind of information you maintain for a specification within the identified tag. So if you wanted to show this product name, then you need to always remember that you need to come to identify tab and you have to maintain the name here, so that it will display in the specification. Okay. So so the basically identifier here you can maintain the different combination. As I am display mode, I cannot add here, but you can add here. Okay. I'm just trying to take you initially. I am take you to walk through of the different tabs and what is the significance. And later on, as a part of exercise, you need to create different specification, all types of specification. That is part of your lab exercise. Then only you will understand that where and what data need to be maintained for a specification. Then only you can create recipe and use this specification for recipe. Okay. Usage is nothing but usage is nothing but a particular country or particular region or particular you can see here, yeah, particular country, particular region, whether this is valid or not, this specification is valid or not. So there is a config setting for this usage also. You are selling one product in different country, so how you will maintain in the SAP system? Can you tell me? If you are selling one product in multiple country in SAP PLM system, how you will maintain as a part of specification? Okay. So whether this specification is sold in different country, so you need to maintain the uses two level, one at header level, another one at property tree level. Okay. So here property tree level, suppose this particular attribute, this should be only visible or it should be only valid for a particular region or particular country. Then you need to maintain that many uses here. So what you will have multiple uses assigned here, and then you can it will be displayed when somebody wants to log in to this specification. They can see, we can make the restriction in such a way that they can see only that value. So there is an authorization concept for that one. We can restrict whenever somebody from other than India, they want to log in to this spec, they can only see that view. So that can be controlled from authorization concept, where you have to restrict from one authorization object and where they can see only that particular value. But that is achievable from the custom settings, where we have to restrict to one set of user where they can see only one user. So yes, so here you can see that there are different properties. So there are different properties for this specification. This is property tree which is attached, which is linked to this specification type. So here you can see that the specification type we had selected for real substance. Okay. So here you can see that real substance, which is specification type, this has got the link with the property tree which is displayed here. How many property trees are displayed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there is a relationship between specification type and property tree. So you can see here spec type to property tree assignment. You can see that all these are visible for us. Okay. I wanted to come from basically how it works. First, you create a characteristic, and characteristic will have the assignment to the class. Class will have the assignment to the value assignment type, and value assignment type will show here the particular field's value here. Okay, and you are asking that that field data should be mandatory. We can do that, and so that without that particular field data system, you will not able to come out. You have to enter that data once you are there. Okay, we'll see that. So this is here. You can see the setup property tree configuration here, where you can see the property trees are there available. So you can have your own property tree, and you can uh, decide the level, on which level what should be appear. So as of now, this is standard property tree I am showing you here. Similarly, you can decide that what attribute should display under one property tree, and what field can be made mandatory, what field cannot be made mandatory. Okay. So I was just trying to show you the main way of usage of specification, how we can what all the different tabs of specification. And definitely once we go to the uh, lab here, lab exercises, we start from characteristic. As you can see here, create characteristic, create class, create VAT, create property tree, assignment of property tree to spec type, in order to show that. Okay, and then we have to create all this diet spec, allergen, phrases also we will cover, and this is the activity actually. So I was here, I was discussing our specification headers, identifiers. So we'll discuss for tomorrow the references, material assignment, and we will have to do this exercise. Yeah, this exercise we need to do as a class characteristic and classification, and we have to create a VAT and assign. Okay.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. In SAP PLM, what is the key benefit of effective collaboration features for recipe development? Option A, improved communication and coordination. Option B, increased server storage capacity. Option C, enhanced graphical user interface. Option D, faster data processing. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey, future SAP PLM recipe dev experts, ready to elevate your recipe development game? Dive into our self-paced course on Teachable, the ultimate guide to mastering SAP PLM recipe dev. Unlock the secrets of configuring SAP PLM for streamlined recipe development. From creating and managing recipes to ensuring compliance, we cover it all. Meet your seasoned instructor, learn from real-world scenarios, and hear success stories from students just like you. Our course is designed by experts who know the ins and outs of SAP PLM. Affordable and packed with value, it won't break the bank. Don't just take our word for it. Hear what our satisfied students have to say. Become a SAP PLM recipe dev, pro at your own pace. Ready to embark on this learning journey? Enroll now on our Teachable course page. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training. Let's make your recipe development skills shine.
I am going to take you today the specification management topic, and what is required to set up a system as mentioned by one of our participants, and that how we can set up the system, what is required, what is not required. Okay, so I hope notepad is visible for you guys. You can see that the before I mean, there are certain setup if you are working for any S4 system. We need to have an access to the Fiori tiles, and in order to work on the Fiori tiles, we need to add the role in your user profile. So it is important that we should understand when you are performing certain activities, what role is required to be added for your SAP user profile. So once you add that, then only you can see the Fury tile where you can work on certain activities. Like in this untitled notepad, you can see that this role is mandatory and it is required to be added in your SAP user profile. From the transaction code SU01, you can directly go to backend GUI and you can add this role to your user profile, and then only you can see the uh, uh, specific tiles. So so until unless you add that role in your user profile, there are two ways. Either you can go to SU01 if you have access. Generally basis people, they will have the access of SU01, and where you can add that role. So I will show you how you can add that role. So here you can go and you can have your username available, and you can go to here roles, and you can see that all these roles should be added. So in order to work on specification or create specification, either create specification or to access a Fury tile manage specification, you should have that role. So let's understand what role is required to be added or to be considered for for performing any specification creation, specification change, anything what is required. Okay, so for that reason only I am trying to show you here. So this is the role which I have shown you, the role administrator recipe developer role. This needs to be added, and for in order to do the raw substances, any activity, you need to add this. So you can see here this is already been added for my user, which I have done. So if you are not able to see here this tile manage specification or create specification, then you need to understand that you need to first go and check in your user profile whether that particular role is added or not. So even once you add that recipe developer relevant role, then you will able to see this manage recipe also. Okay, create recipe, manage recipe. So all relevant authorization to perform the activities will be activated for you when you want to come here in the Fury app. Okay, so before and how this will appear, this will appear once your Fury specialist or Fury consultant, if they will add the catalog relevant to PLM specific Fury application, which will come from catalog actually. So they need to set up the catalog in such a way that if you want to search here, then you can search a particular app and it will available for you. Okay. If it is not appearing here, then you need to reach out to your theory technical consultant and you need to ask him, I am not able to see a particular theory application, which when I am going and searching here, I don't see any no, theory tile relevant to this. Okay. Second thing, how you can personalize this app here. There are options. You can go, so you can do the setup for Fury tile. You can add the Fury tile whatever you are working on a daily basis. So what you can do, you can go to edit home and you can create a group here. Okay. You can create a group saying that the group name you can enter here, uh, mm, training or TCS PLM. Okay. And then once you enter the group name, you can add or drag and create the link. There are two ways. You can add here the Fury app which you want from this catalog, and this catalog, if you can't see, then there is something wrong. You need to reach out to your Fury consultant, technical consultant, who is responsible to do the setup and make sure that all these apps are available as a part of catalog. Okay. So you can see here, like if you want to work on some application, which you can see from material bomb here, and if you click here manage multi-level bomb or something, then you can click on this add to the group, and you can see that once I put a cursor there, you can see that this is directly going to be added to the group which you are creating now. Okay. So you can click here. Now it will be added to this group. So this Fury tile you have added to this group. Okay. So similarly, if you want to add here a nutrient, which is under recipe development, nutrient is there and lot of activities you see here relevant to nutrient, you can add here uh, and click this Fury tile to that particular group, and you can see here this has been added. Okay. So once you are done, you can go back and you can see that under training TCS PLM, you can see that whatever Fury tiles we have added, which we are going to work on our daily basis. Okay. And then we can close it, and you can see that this group which is customized by you, which you have created, you have seen that here two Fury app is added. So, so this is how you can edit the home page, and based on your requirement you can add the. So I have set up a group and gave a name SAP PLM RD DMS ECM in such a way that whatever Fury tile I am going to work, this will appear here. Okay. So in order to give you all the roles, all the relevant role with respect to specification management, recipe development, everything you can find here. And I will ping you this these roles, and I can paste it here. So you can see here that yesterday we were discussing about the specification management and data elements which is required for recipe buildings. Okay. So you can see that this is very high level specification management data elements. You can see that here listed substance, pure substance, real substance group, real substance, and here you can see that different specification type which is assigned to the specification category. and these all are part of a specification database, and the example what you can see here on the page. So let me go to this sheet and let me explain you and give you uh, a definition part of it a little bit, what all these things. Okay. Yeah. uh, so if I talk about the definition here, uh, the if I talk, let me just give you the idea about the definition of this component. Like listed substance, what is listed substance? So listed substance is a substance whose property are described in laws and literature. Like unlike real substance, listed substance cannot be manufactured. It's not meant to be manufactured, or it cannot be traded or purchased. Okay, but you can use a listed substance as a properties model for a real substance. Okay, so please remember, listed substance is very lower level and it is not supposed to be traded. There will be no material assignment, but it can be used as a component of the real substance. Okay, that's why you can see the listed substance starting from here. Then pure substance. Pure substance are used for describing the smallest component that makes up the raw substances. So this is the simple definition of pure substance, and you can, for example, it is used to produce. I mean, this substance are newly produced by the recipe. So you can use this pure substance as a component in the recipe. So basically, in the hierarchy, pure substance can be assigned to a real substance or real substance group, and you can use this pure substance in order to derive a recipe. So pure substance will also not have any material assigned to it. Okay, then real substance and real substance group. So if you talk about real substance is a substance that is physically present in the company in a normal language. If you talk, so you can assign one or more materials to one real substance based on the scenario. You can have one to one relationship between material to your real substance. So based on the scenario, you can use the real substance. So this is something which is used for a finished product. So any organization are into manufacturing, they will use real substance, which is a specification type, to use a to use to create a finished product. So real substance, listed substance, pure substance, these all are different substance specification types. So this specification type are preliminary requirement to create a recipe. So we need to understand what is the significance of this specification type in order to use this. Okay. So we have real substance group. So what is real substance group? So real substance group is used to map real substance families that process the same properties. So they have similar kind of properties. So you can use to create a specification with real substance group, and you can use to map real substance families. So this is the common, very simple definition of real substance group. So you have raw substance, which is not mentioned here, but I will show you here, which is required for recipe. Okay, so you can see here, here is raw. So raw substance, what you can see here is nothing but an ingredient. So in definition, simple definition, if I call it, what is raw substance? uh, Actually, what this is a specification type. So raw substance in SAP you can use to create a specification, but you need to understand what is the use of creating a specification of a specification type raw substance, raw underscore sub. It is the specification type. We will see in the system. So this specification type is used for describing a purchased or experimental material. So this specification type, if you want to use, it means that this particular specification is going to be procured from supplier, or this is something which you are purchasing, or you can use it for experimental purpose. Okay, and this is most often used as an ingredient in a recipe. Okay, so raw substance can have one or more material assigned to them. So ingredient, what you can see here, which is nothing but a raw in the terms of product master, what you can see here. So raw uh, is also a finished product, you can say, which is supplied by any supplier. So definitely it can have more than one material. So be remember, whenever you are going to create a specification of spec type raw underscore sub, you can assign the material to this raw substance specification. Okay, then you can see here there is something called stream substance. So what is stream substance? Let me show you stream substance. So here you can see these all are the master data element for recipe development, and this is the thing I am talking here, specification maintenance for different specification types. So stream substance you will see in recipe, where you can use this stream substance, which is also a spec type, and you can find in SAP. If you want to create a spec with this spec type stream substance, you can use this, which is actually store the data of an intermediate product. Suppose you are using you are creating or you are going to manufacture ice cream, and there is already ice cream base is available, or you wanted to use one substance which can which can store the data, but it can be used as an intermediate product. So you can directly use this specification type stream substance in SAP in order to use in the recipe. So there will be two stages, and it cannot be used as an output of a recipe, but you can use as an intermediate. So in between five ingredients, if you want to use a stream substance, you can use it. So there is an option in SAP where you can create a specification with spec type stream substance, and you can use, and you can call it in the recipe, you can use it in the recipe. Okay, package. So package is also a spec type, and it is, the definition of package is something, but it is used for describing the material used for enclosing the product. So basically it can be a inner packaging, outer packaging. If you're if some organization is involved for manufacturing a liquid product, so they have the packaging called tin, or can, or bottle. So all this kind of packaging material will be used for liquid relevant product. So for and there are different types of packaging product, and SAP standard also, it offers a lot of package type. So you can see in the specification, you want to create the packaging specification, you can use a packaging specification type. Then you have allergen group. So this is what is allergens? So allergens are substances that are capable of triggering an allergic reaction. Okay. So for any food industry, it is very important that if if as per FDA, they need to mention, or they need to highlight in the product information, that if this product contains a allergic substance or something, allergen substance is used for that product. So they have to mention in the product, so that it will be appear in the label. Okay, so there are two things. There are allergen and allergen group. So you can create allergens first, and then you can assign to allergen group. So you can basically you can create multiple allergens and assign to allergen group, and you can use this in a recipe. Okay, so similarly you have diet and diet groups. So what is diet? You would have seen in many of the scenarios that whether a particular product is gluten free or not. So this is nothing but diet group or diet substance you can manage in SAP PLM. So you can create a diet specification, which is again specification type, and diet group, which is again a specification type. So hierarchy is like this. You can create a diet, multiple diet specifications, and you can assign to a diet group. So you have to do two activities. One, you have to create a diet. Another one, you have to create a diet group, which is also a specification, and you can assign. But what is the usability of these two? You can directly call in the recipe, so that if any product is gluten free, or it is vegan product or vegetarian product, so it has to be displayed in the product information as a product information. So that's why these all are necessary. So you can see the nutrient and nutrient group. So similarly, the setup you need to do here, you can create a nutrient specification, which is a nutrient is nothing but a spec type here. So you can see in SAP system, you can see the nutrient, you can see the nutrient group, which is a spec type. So these things you can see. What all nutrients in daily life you would have seen, that proteins, fat. Okay, so these all are the examples of a nutrient. Carbohydrate, all these are called nutrients, and the same thing you can create in SAP PLM system, and which is used as a nutrient composition of an ingredient. So ingredient is can be a raw material as per scenario, or and this ingredient can be used as an one of the input specification of the recipe. So we will see that how that hierarchy is. So then there are religious certificate, which is very important. Some countries, they are very particular about, they should see the halal certificate in the product, what they are going to use. So whether it meets the certain religious sentiments, so they should consume that product. So for that one, there must be a necessity that whenever any manufacturer is manufacturing a product, they should see the religious certificate attached to it. Religious certificate information should be available when they are using a product. Okay, like kosher and halal are the uh, example of a religious certificate. Then we have genetically modified organism, or and genetically modified organism groups. So these are actually genetic material. Okay, I mean, genetic modified ingredients are regulated in certain markets. So it is the the requirement for any food product or consumer product manufacturing company. They should comply this regulation. So they should have mention a GMO or GMO group within finished product. So that's why you can see here, this is also a kind of spec type you will see in the system. Then you see the storage loss profile, process storage. So what is this spec type? What is being used? So these specification types are basically used for formulation. So and it is basically used to define the production and storage losses relevant for certain recipe calculation. Suppose if you are manufacturing one product, and during manufacturing process there are loss of, due to temperature, there is a loss of weight, or there are loss of volume of certain substance. So you need to put this kind of losses somewhere in the finished product. So how you will show in SAP PLM, you have to manage by using this process and storage loss profiles, which is again a specification type. Okay, then you have recipe properties, which is a property specification, which you will see a very uh, common recipe properties what you can see in the SAP PLM system. Okay, so in order to start the specification, you can see that we need to create a characteristic, then we need to create a class, we need to assign that characteristic to class, and then this class you need to assign to that value assignment type. And whether the value assignment type can be created a new value assignment type, or you can assign this uh, class to the value assignment type, and then uh, you can assign this value assignment type to property tree, where under which property tree you can see this, and then finally this value assignment type should be linked to one specification type, and this specification type will be used when you create a specification. Which specification? Ingredient, nutrient, diet, allergen, which we discussed here. All this. Okay. So that's why this is a start to end. I don't want to talk this part because in module 4 we are going to talk on this, but this is end-to-end scenario what is been shown in this picture. So right now we are going to focus about characteristic to specification type, how it is linked. We can create and we can see in the system. Okay. Okay. So let me go to system. So you can see that transaction related activities we need to perform from Fiori tiles, configuration related activities and master data relevant activities we need to always go to backend. Please be remember. Okay. So in our, so first we are going to I am switching over between screen to, I mean slide to SAP system. I will take an example to create a characteristic and do this cycle for you, and then later on I'll give you the exercise where you can do the lab exercise on your own with your own user ID. Okay. So I will just create a class in order to create a characteristic. In order to create a characteristic, uh, you can go to a transaction CP04, and in order to create a characteristic, I'll just take one uh, zcar underscore 001, and you can click on create, and you can put a description what all characteristic you want to choose from characteristic group. If you don't want to group, you just simply leave it. And then this is important, whether if you don't want to release as first time any characteristic, then you can put in preparation, so that if you want to make any change you can make a change. And then there are different data types for a characteristic which you have to use. Character format will take any character, alphabetic characters. If you want to use a currency format, you can take currency format. If you want to take date format, you can take date format, numeric format, time format. These all are the different data types which you will see, where you will see in the specification under specifications property tree under a VAT. Okay, I will show you here in the back end itself, just to get a line. You can search the specification like this from backend. You can hit list, click on hit list, and you can go here. And if I'll pick up one real substance, so please be remember I am showing you SAP GUI screen only, the specification. Same thing I will show you later on in Fiori app how you can search a specification. That is even simpler than this. Okay. So here you can see this icon which shows you the property trees. So real substance spec type, this has got the relationship with the property tree. So if you are seeing under this specification these many property trees, then yesterday I have shown you that these many property trees are already assigned to this spec type. So which we do from the SPRO configuration. Okay. So, okay, coming back here, I was saying about the characteristic. Okay, yes, you can see here, these all are characteristic. Okay, which is nothing but a field, and you can see that these all are mandatory field. And how you will go, how you will understand that what is the technical name of this characteristic. You can press F1. It will take you, you can enter F1 in your laptop. It will show you the characteristic technical name, what is the what is the data type it is using currently, numeric format, whether single value is allowed or multiple values are allowed. And yesterday some of our colleague has asked that how we can make the field mandatory. So here you can see that entry required. It means that this field is mandatory. Once you come here in this field, you have to enter some value there in the form of numeric format. What is the total number of character length? Okay, is allowed. Maximum is 29, and if you will reach 30, then it will become the phrase related characteristic. So the maximum number of chars for this field, you can use up to 30 characters, which is allowed in for a characteristic. Okay, so this is what I wanted to show you here, where you will find the characteristic. These characteristics are under this VAT. Okay, this is called VAT. What you are seeing, this is called VAT. And how to see this VAT? You can press F1 and you can see here the value assignment type. VAT is nothing but value assignment type. The name of the VAT you can see once you go and put a cursor here and press F1, you will see the technical name of that particular VAT. Okay, so under this VAT, this field, or you can say the field technically, this is a correct, these all are the characteristic which is assigned to a class, and class is assigned to a VAT. So that's why I was trying to show you here. First you create characteristic and assign to class, but before assigning you need to have a class here. Okay, so I was doing this activity here. Okay, we are creating a characteristic called zcar underscore 001. Can someone note of it? And I have selected here character format here, and I put something like 29 characters. Okay, and then I have put here single value and entry required. If I put, it will be mandatory. Okay, so I will just put here the name char 01. Okay, and I have put in preparation only. Okay, and I will save it. Okay,
Saket,
now,
one query here.
yeah, I'll let me complete, and then
Okay.
you can ask the question later on. Okay, so so this is the characteristic we have created, and then next step we will go to create a class. In order to create a class, we have the transaction code CL02. Okay, And similarly, we will create class. This is important, class type. If you want to create a class, you need to make sure that under which class type you wanted to create a class. Okay, so for substance value assignment you have to use 100. Okay, so similarly for recipes also you have. Okay, for materials also you have. For see recipes 104, and for specification 100 you can use. Okay, so always remember you use 100 so that you can use it. You can so here you need to enter the create. So we are going to create this class. We are in the process of creating this class as 01. Okay, and I am not going to release it. Okay, and simply I will save this. Okay, and let me just copy. Okay, so now uh, I am in this class, and we have to assign the characteristic which we have created. So now you can see that this characteristic is not released. So that is the significance of a characteristic or class. If you are creating, until unless you release it, you cannot do the assignment here. So system is asking us to release first. So what we will have to do, we have to go to CP04, and we have to go to change mode, and we have to release this. Once it is released, you cannot change the data type format. Okay, and once it is used in many of the specification, you cannot use from configuration. You have to take up some other route which is not suggestible, and lot of data impact will be there, and you have to work day and night for that if you are working in some project. Based on my experience I am telling you. Okay, so uh, please make sure that whether some characteristic should be phrase related characteristic, or it can be uh, 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 data type characteristic, or character, or numeric, or date. Okay, so make sure that. So here I will go to CL02, and now I go to change mode, and I go to characteristic, and I assign this characteristic to class. Now we don't get any of the error, and it is showing that this is uh, this characteristic is assigned here. We have assigned this characteristic, and now this class is still not been released. It is still in preparation. Okay, okay. So now we have done uh, create class, is create characteristic, create class, we have assigned. Now we will go to create a value assignment type, and then we assign this class to that value assignment type. Okay, if someone can note down z class underscore 001, you can note down in notepad. Okay, and now we go to value assignment type. So these class characteristics are part of master data activity. Whenever you are working in any of the project, first thing you need to understand that how many fields or how many characteristics are in scope, how many classes are in scope. So you how many custom characteristic and classes in scope, which you need to move from one system to another system, or you need to create a data for all these things. For in order to create all this data, you need to use the different tools, whether SAP standard tool or a custom program tool. Okay, we'll come back to that. So in order to create a value assignment type, I would like to tell you. So you can see here the specify value assignment type. Okay, so this specify value assignment type, it has got many value assignment type, which is uh, you know starts from SAP. It is all standard. When you are working in any of the project, these all value assignment type are already will be already available in the system. But some value assignment type, custom value assignment type, you want to have within a VAT, then you need to create here by copying some this. Okay, so let us understand how this value assignment type and what is the configuration. So you can see that this is a standard value assignment type, and you want to create your own value assignment type, then you can copy from the standard. But the important thing is value assignment category. What is how many types of value assignment category is available or offered from SAP? This is A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And for value assignment category for diet and nutrition composition is different one. Okay, so normally for composition we consider C. For normal property with class we consider A. For a node or a folder kind of thing, what you see, you consider E. So you can see here, this is a folder or a node. This is called a value assignment type. Within the property tree is type of folder or node. This this is also called a value assignment type, which is having the icon of notepad or text. So this is called a value assignment type, but with the with class normal property. Okay, so similarly for composition, when you go to composition tab and you see that this kind of value assignment type, it will be with the value assignment category as C, composition, but it will be with class. Okay, so this is the significance of the value assignment type configuration, which is required. Okay, so so I was explaining about here. So you create a value assignment type as a VAT, and then you can assign that class. But how you will assign the class? See here, this field is nothing but whatever class you have created, you can assign this. So what it will be, what it will happen, whatever characteristic you have assigned to this class, this characteristic is nothing but your field. This field will be available within the property tree under this VAT. Okay, that is the relationship. Okay, so in order to copy this, you can copy and you can make it. Okay, and I want to assign my class, which will bring my characteristic when I use this VAT under a property tree. Okay, so this value assignment category, if we wanted to bring, of course we have assigned a characteristic to the class, so we will we will have to use this normal property with class. Okay, so I have left it like this only A, and then our characteristic which we were using, sorry, our class which we were using is Z class underscore 001. So we can assign here Z class 001. So this is important. And we know that we have not released this class, then system will throw an error. It will give an error here. I will show you. Okay, so but still it will not bring the it will give an issue because we have not yet released that class. So it is important that we should release that class there. What is the, so for the time being I have entered here. Okay, what is the significance of all this user profile? This is very important because this configuration is required when you will see the usage or validity area, how it is proposing. So this can be customized. You can customize this, or you can have the different ID listing also here, or generally normally you use that prof 001. Please be remember, this is very critical when you want to use a particular value assignment type, and in the same spec type, if you are same value assignment type, if you want to use for different uses, then you have to have different setup. Okay, so here we will leave as it is, and you have to make sure that this you can you have to leave as it is, because there is a significance of all this. So I have created a VAT value assignment type by copying a standard VAT. This VAT should be available. So then we have to create an entry here, and if we say that it should be available under real underscore substance, then this VAT should be this VAT will be only available under that spec type. Okay, if you don't want to restrict here, then you can simply delete this, so that it will be appearing to all the spec types. Okay, if you want to restrict, you can restrict. So once I have saved, so I am saving this customization to a particular transport request number, where all the configuration whatever you are doing here, or all the customization whatever you are doing here, it will get stored within that transport request number, which will help you to move from one system to another system. Okay, users profile is nothing but if you want to have users profile as a default, when you assign this VAT to a particular property tree, when you want to go to specification and you want to see this user's profile based on the configuration in value assignment type, you will see here it is proposed. Okay, that
Assignment type.
particular value assignment type you have designated, you have mentioned that profile. You can create a custom profile also. So normally in consumer product industry, they have some uses, suppose one system is there and they are using the same VAT, but they have different validity area, then in order to meet that requirement, you have to opt for that. You have to make sure that what profile you are going to use. So whenever you create a specification, what based on what profile it is populating your validity area. So I was saying, so once value assignment type, as you can see here, we are done here. We have assigned the class to value assignment type. Now we will have to assign this value assignment type to the property tree. So we have to go here, property tree, here only, what you can see here, tree like standard property tree. And if you want to insert a VAT, so I will use this, or let me use this. uh, I'll make a new entry 100 100 100. Okay, and label 3, and then I will give value assignment type. Okay, so what we are trying to do here, so I am trying to insert the value assignment type after this. So I need to know that what is the technical name of this value assignment type with class. So this is SAP RMS 001 class. Okay, and I am in RM standard property tree. So I will go to RM standard property tree. Where is RM standard property tree? Yeah, this one. So I'll go here, and what is the name we have seen here? SAP RMS 1010 1010 Okay. So after this place, we wanted to insert the value assignment type with class which we have created. So what we will do, we assign here what was that our characteristic, sorry, what was our VAT name, anyone. Okay, let me just go to the VAT name because I have not noted down. Let me just go back and see the VAT name, what VAT we have created. Yeah, ZVAT 001. ZVAT 001 we have created. So we have to go to property tree. Either we can create our own property tree or we can copy from existing property tree and we can insert, we can create our own class, own VAT with class, own VAT with node, everything, and we can create a structure, whatever we want. So like this, we can copy this and we can make it GRM something. Okay, we can give the GRM something like this, and then we can test RM three. We have copied, then we have to copy all the dependent entries, and then you can see that this property tree is been created. So what we were trying to do, we were trying to create a property tree and assign that VAT. So, and before this I was trying to show you how VAT can be inserted within this property tree. As you can see that here we are 10. So we will insert after this. So what we can do, we can copy this and we can make this as a 150, and then we will assign our VAT as ZVAT 001. Now you can see that this ZVAT we have inserted here. Okay, so we have created our own property tree which is ZRMO, and we have, I'm just trying to note down, we when we are working on some project we have to make sure that we note down all this. So we have created a property tree, and you can see that whatever VAT we have created we have inserted, and this label is important. If you have not put this label then correctly, then it will not display under the property tree. Okay, for as of now, to uh, to go with the flow, I have shown that I have created our own property tree, and we have done the setup of all the VAT, and we have inserted our one newly created VAT just to show you how it will bring up there. Okay, so I have saved this, and uh, uh, this property tree, which is your custom property tree which we have created. We have to assign this property to tree to the specification type. So we go to specification type, and we, if we want to see this property tree under that specification type, then we need to come here to this specification type, and other than all this we can enter our property tree which we have created. So you can see here ZRM test RM property tree we have created, it is displaying, and when then we can save this, so that whenever we create a specification we can see that property tree which we have created, it will be displayed there. Okay, so I will show you now. When you create a specification, you will find the property tree there. You create a specification, and if you give the real sub specification type and authorization group all, then you should find out here that property tree which you have created, it is available. Okay, once you click on that, then you can see here this all VAT relevant to that property tree is available, and then you can see here VAT type for test, it is available here. Okay, so in order to go to the this this particular property tree VAT, system will ask you to mandatorily enter the uh, uh, enter the identification details. So identified details, as we were talking about yesterday, it can be name, number, formula, and then in case of recipe or formula, you have to choose formula. If your product is well known by a formula, then you can put the ID category as formula. If your product is known by chemical abstract services number, then you can select CES number. If your product will be known as a product name, then you can use prod name, and there will be a language. uh, if you leave, it will display as it is. And if you have a priority when you are selling to different countries, then when a product will be sold, then in which priority or which way it should show, in which language. So you can set up here, you can maintain the the same combination but with different language. First you want with English, second you want with French. Okay, I will just put this in German. So you can see that here priority to sort a name, system will automatically consider 1 and 2. You don't have to provide this. So you can change the priority also, which language it has to be considered. Okay, and you can see that once we have maintained the identifier, we can go to the property tree and VAT. Okay, so this VAT, whatever we have added here, the class, whatever characteristic is there, that field is not appearing here. What is the reason? Reason is we have to perform other activities also, due to which that characteristic will appear here. So let's see that. Okay, so what we will do? Yeah, so we have completed from here to here, and then we have assigned this uh, property tree to spec type also, and then we have seen that how specification is created. uh, so we have taken an example of real substance. So we have sorry, we have created a real substance spec type, and we have created a specification. So what we were missing, that characteristic field was not getting displayed. I mean the characteristic which is assigned to the class, that characteristic as a field was not getting displayed. So in this slide it is not there, but I would like to show you how you can bring that. So you go here and you can see here there are two things. One is set up table based value assignment, and then create new entries. So you can see here if your VAT is appearing here. Okay, what was the value assignment type? So in order to bring that characteristic, we have to do certain activities in the configuration. We have to go and create entries, and we have to give the value assignment type here, and don't touch anything here. Okay, but before doing this, I wanted to show you here whether your VAT is available or not. This is all standard VAT. Okay, and under these VAT there are, characteristic. What you can see here, the particular VAT are there, and once the table entries will be made, then you can see the characteristic also. Okay, so currently if we want to search here, you will not get that VAT underscore 001 because the entry is not been made. So in order to make the entries, we have to go here, create table based value assignment, provide our VAT, don't put any specification type otherwise there will be double entries, one with spec type and one with VAT, and another one is in the standard also, you will see. So don't touch anything and then just execute. Then you can see that there are 6 new entries. Okay, you are seeing that Rudra, Ramki, Anto, or anyone, you can see, right? 6 entries are created. So you can see that uh, if you go here and you provide that VAT, you should able to see that VAT. Okay, now you can see that new 3 entries, 6 entries are created by system, correct? And then you can see here these characteristic is also come up. Okay, this was a characteristic which was assigned to the class, and class was assigned to the value assignment type. That's why you see here this characteristic is updated in the table based value assignment type. And in order to fix the column width, or in order to change the position, you can change like this here. Okay, and if you want to make it editable or not editable or required, you can do the setting from here. Okay, if that characteristic is phrase related characteristic, then you will see the function module. Okay, and this function module is standard, we have not done anything, and it has come on its own when we generated the entries. Okay, so this is how these VAT entries are updated in this table, and this is very important activity for related to configuration when you are working in the system. Okay, so this is how you browse, but still it will not appear. There are still one activity left out which is important. Okay, I will tell you now if it is not appearing. Okay, there is something called matchup master data which you have to run. Okay, once you run the master data, then you can see that uh, uh, characteristic field will be appearing there. Okay, so just for last spec what we had created, 243 we had created. Okay, in the 243 you can see under this VAT. So now still it is not appearing. Now you can see we are in edit mode, and you can see this characteristic is appearing. Okay, but always remember, in order to, if you have created a characteristic relevant to your phrase based characteristic, then it is important to perform the last activity of configuration, which is CGCZ. Okay, this is a last activity which you need to do for your matchup master data. So any matchup value assignment type and characteristic, any activating phrases of field, these things you don't touch, because this is relevant to WWI template, WWI symbols. Okay, there are something in SAP EHS, some module called Windows Word integration, where you put the use the WLI template design where you wanted to put one field as a symbol. So in that case, you will tick mark all these things. So for that field, there will be a symbol created in the system. Okay. So you should not touch all this. If you are using a phrase related characteristic, for that one also symbol should be available. So always remember these, you should perform this activity so that all matchup master data will be completed here if anything you have created. So now you can see that phrasing DG master and this for these all entries are updated. Okay, so this is part of activity last which you have to do for wherever you are working. Okay, so you can see that based on the profile, this is proposed here, and characteristic what we had created, we had not put any kind of value. So there are different ways of getting the values. Either you maintain there, or you create a characteristic which is phrase related characteristic, and then put that value getting from phrase. Okay, but this is now free entry, and we can put something here. Okay, so you can see that you have entered the value of this phrase. So we have seen this, how we can create a characteristic, how we have created a class, how we assign the characteristic to class, how we created a value assignment type, how we have assigned that class to value assignment type, and how we have created a property tree, our own property tree, and how we have assigned that VAT to the property tree along with the existing VAT, how we have assigned that property tree to the specification type, and hence we have created a specification which is in violet color here, one of the specification with spec type real underscore sub. Okay, so similarly, so we have completed this activity. Okay, and now these all are the part of exercises which you can create uh, a raw substance, real substance, pure substance. By using all this spec type, you can create a specification. Okay, so this is how you perform this specification activity. And if I go to Fury app, I would like to show you from Fury app also how you can do. You go to manage specification, how you will search. Generally, you click on go, system will show you the all search criteria based on the search date. You can search based on the settings. You can do the settings from here, so that it will show you the search criteria field input here, and you can provide. You can search based on the spec type here. So the spec type you can search here real sub, so that only real sub, based on real sub you can search a specification. You can click on go, all the specification with real substance will display here. So this is how from Fury app you can search a specification based on the different input criteria. So I have shown here as a based on the, one of the input criteria to search a specification based on spec type. Okay, so if you know the status we will discuss later, but based so you can search without any having any input, but with the date you it will display you all the specification with a specific spec type. So when you wanted to create a specification, you click on create here. It will pop up with another screen where you will have to enter the specification type, authorization group, and then you have to provide the identifier, and then you can maintain the property tree, whatever attributes or data you want to maintain, and then you can perform that activity. So I am trying to create a specification here. Okay, by going there only you can select still. Okay, under which category you wanted to create this spec, and under which spec type this specification you want to create, and then authorization group by default all we it is showing here. But if you want to create your own authorization group, then you can do it from here. I will show you from where you can do. Okay, so you go here and put a specification master, and you can see that here authorization group is there. So now only all is there. If you want to have your custom authorization group, you can create, and you have to assign to that spec type, so that whenever you are creating a specification here, that authorization group will also get displayed here, so that only set of users can see this specification. Only set of users can only create the specification under that authorization group. But for other authorized user, they will not able to use that authorization group. Okay. Once we use this, we click on continue, and then we come here, and similarly we have to use the category. I am using name, and then you can use any of the ID type. This is also configurable, and configuration is here, the ID types and ID categories. Okay, so here this all are configurable. You can customize based on your requirement. So here ID type, you can assign to this particular ID type to the particular category. So you can see here formula and substance. And once you came here before this screen, you would have seen that uh, uh, the specification category we had selected as substance. So under this substance category, if you want to see a custom ID type which you can create here, then you will see here in the F4 help option. Okay, so you can uh, create here you can maintain the data like this. Identifier is done. Then we go to property tree, and we have the option here different property tree. As you know that we had created a property tree, test RM property tree, and we have assigned to spec type real underscore sub. That's why you can see here this property tree. If you create a different specification with different spec type, there you will not able to see this property tree because it is not assigned to that spec type. Okay, so that's why you can see here I am trying to add here, so you will see. Okay, so value assignment type VAT, here you can see you can maintain the text, because the input method to maintain this is a free text. Otherwise you can maintain the different values from characteristic itself. And characteristic class, please remember, it is a master data activity, and you have to always go to GUI, and you have to maintain the values in within the characteristic. Okay, and then this is property tree view, and this is general data view. What you can see, this is a header view. So you can see here statuses. This status is important for a specification. There are different statuses, and status is configurable. And currently we are using this status is the standard status of the of SAP. Here currently it is active, so this specification is active status. You can see here active. Next status is going to be obsolete. But if you want to make this specification as active, always you would have to keep in active status mode. Okay, then there is a, and where is the configuration of statuses? I would like to show you the configuration of statuses of specification. You can check here. Okay, and yeah, here you can see the defined statuses for header status. So you will see that different statuses are there, and we can use for these statuses. Okay, there are different statuses, attributes and all. Okay, but always suggestible that you use the standard SAP strategy. You so next uh, tab is material assignment. If you want to use this specification for the already existing product, then you need to know the material number, and you can assign this any material, and material you can search based on the material type or anything. Okay, so you can search like this, and material type, suppose if you are using the any material. Okay, yeah, material general. Okay, and I want to search, and I want to click on go. Okay, so let me just search on whether some material is available here. Okay, in this system there is no material available, but we can go and create a material from material is also master data activity. So we can use the mm01 and we can create a material and we can assign that material here. Okay, so uh, we can search the material if some material is available, but currently in this system there is no material available. We can create. If somebody from SAP background, you can always go and create a material. This material creation activity is actually from consultant. Okay, they will create a material and it will be displayed here and you can assign the material here. Okay, and then there is uh, uh, a relationship which is nothing but inheritance and reference relation. So which will be used to copy the specification, and you can use from existing specification, and you can use this inheritance template uh, in this tab here. And in order to do that, you need to have the template inheritance template defined, and then you can bring the data without having double work, which is good for users. And they can bring all the properties which they wanted to copy from one spec to another spec, and then they can enter here the the specification whatever they want. So this is how you can add a specification. You can copy the attributes of that existing specification to this specification, which is 244. Okay, this is another topic which I wanted to spend at least half an hour for that topic, which is important. For the time being, I just wanted to show you that here the significance of this relationship tab. Please be remember, when you are in NetWeaver user portal or Fiori portal, you will not get the reference option, because reference option is only available in backend and it is not available in the Fiori portal, or if you are working on NWBC portal. Okay, so only inheritance is available, and basically this relationship tab is used for copying any specification either from preceding or from proceeding. Okay, so you can use this one, and so these all are the tabs. And these properties, what you have seen already, how the property tree we have created and how we have linked to the spec type, and then we went to create a specification, then this property trees appeared, and how we have saved this data which is required here, and then how this attribute of this specification saved with one data. Okay, now you can see that this 244 specification is been created. Okay, so now you can search the same specification by going here. Okay, so if you want to search a specification by you can see that here this specification with this status which is still inactive is been created. Okay, so you can search a specification from Fiori portal like this. Okay, I have shown you how to search a specification from GUI also. Always remember, you have to use Fiori portal from Fiori app only, so that the all data will be displayed properly whenever you want to search anything. Please remember, there are different technical tables which I'll bring up tomorrow. The technical tables used for SAP PLM, spec management and recipes. Okay, so here you can see that once you click here you will get the option, and from here only you can go to change the specification, display the specification, manage specification, and this is fast current maintenance, which is for compliance check, recipe compliance check. That we will cover it later. I don't want to talk about this one, but you can go here like this, and you will get into the screen where you want to change the specification. Okay, and you can click on continue. Properties here, and something you want to enter, some density you want to enter, something you want to enter, you can enter here. Okay, so you can enter here, you can make a change of that. Okay, you can maintain whatever you want based on your requirement. Once you maintain, then you can see that the green color check mark will appear once you have maintained. So it means that there are some values, so, within this property tree. Okay, so property tree, if you switch over, you can switch over to this property tree. But there are common things between that property tree and this property tree. These VATs are common between this test RM property tree and the standard property tree. Okay, so this is how you can use the VAT if you want to use between two different or multiple property tree. Okay, but please be careful. If you are using at one place one VAT, and if you are maintaining some values, then the same value will appear for the same VAT in the other property tree where it has been used. So be careful. So that is why it is always suggestible, if you wanted to put the name as a generic, but the technical name should be different, so that you can avoid the double work, you can avoid the mismatch of the data. Okay, so now this specification we have changed, and now you can see that this message you will get. Okay, and this is how you perform we have discussed about the specification, we have discussed about the different tabs of the specification, we have seen the specification, how we can create from scratch characteristic, class, VAT, property tree, assignment to specification type, and these things.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which aspect of SAP PLM ensures precision and compliance throughout the recipe development process? Option A, version control and approval processes. Option B, data backup and recovery. Option C, user interface customization. Option D, system configuration settings. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey, future SAP PLM recipe dev experts. Ready to elevate your recipe development game? Dive into our self-paced course on Teachable, the ultimate guide to mastering SAP PLM recipe dev. Unlock the secrets of configuring SAP PLM for streamlined recipe development. From creating and managing recipes to ensuring compliance, we cover it all. Meet your seasoned instructor, learn from real-world scenarios, and hear success stories from students just like you. Our course is designed by experts who know the ins and outs of SAP PLM. Affordable and packed with value, it won't break the bank. Don't just take our word for it. Hear what our satisfied students have to say. Become a SAP PLM recipe dev pro at your own pace. Ready to embark on this learning journey? Enroll now on our Teachable course page. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training. Let's make your recipe development skills shine.
I want to show you couple of things in SAP, and then you can start creating this specification, so that it will be easier. And please be remember, don't change anything relevant to SPRO configuration, standard configuration. You can copy something and you can make it with Z, and then you can use it. Secondly, whatever sample data I have just pasted over chat, So that sample data for each participant, you can consider uh, if I have given here uh, almond for allergen, and group is basic one, you can actually consider here number of participant. If all of you are doing, then make sure that you use the unique number like ZPLM basic, like you can give some unique technical name, so that you'll able to create these things in the system. Okay, so this you can do. You can see here, this is the specification name. Generally, specification name can be internal or external. Sorry, specification number. So specification number can be internal or external. So what I have given here, this is nothing but your specification number. It's to identify the specification. So this is, we are using here external number range, external. So that's why you will be able to create the specification by using your uh, uh, own technical name. So what we have to do, uh, let me just show you once. Create, and then if you don't enter anything here in the specification box, then system will consider the internal numberage and system will automatically generate a number for this specification. What you have to do, you have to go to this name, and you have to paste here, and then category is obviously substance, and here what you are going to select here, if I have given you allergen, then you need to select the allergen. So it is obviously the spec type is allergen, and the description, what you are going to enter the description. Once you'll go inside, then you will you can enter as a ID identifier name here as a almond, which I have given you here, almonds. Okay, so this way you can uh, uh, enter the enter you this way you can create uh, uh, the specification which is listed in the Excel, and then you can save this. Okay, once you save this, okay, let me show you this one as an example. You go to properties, and you can see that here this property is showing with here the IAM compliance check property tree. So for the substance, the category what you have chosen is substance. So if you want to choose the different category, then that is also available. But for your practice purpose, I have given here this spec types. You focus on the spec type, and you select the categories as a substance only. So whenever you go and create the specification, system will automatically consider the property tree. I wanted to show you one more thing. So let me not uh, save this. Uh, can you see my screen here? You can see that there are these drop down important things are there. So if you want to copy this specification to a new specification, then you can do the copying specification by looking at here only. Okay, so let me just, okay, suppose you, I have searched, one second, PLM PI almond. Okay. So you go to manage specification. If you want to copy a specification, PLM PI, this is a specification. You search a specification, you go to display specification. So here specification category, if you select allergen here, so you can see that for allergen, this is the default category. So you will find everywhere. So what you can do, you can go and copy this specification to a new specification, and then you enter the specification name here. This is the source of a specification which you have copied. So this is how you can copy. So if you will copy this specification without entering a specification number, you can generate a specification here. You can see that here there is a description they have maintained already. I mean, this is a standard allergen specification, which you can see that you can copy into a new specification. And specification category, if you give the allergen only, setup, okay, fine, no problem. So what you can do, you can just go and create a specification by not by copying, but you can I mean, for allergen nutrients and all, you can just uh, follow what it is mentioned here. So maybe you can, this is just an idea to have an hands-on that how you create the specifications and all for this, so that you can basically you can follow this, how to no, how to create allergen and assign to allergen group. Allergen group also you can create it here as it is mentioned here. So allergen group also you can create. So all creation activity you can do here, and then assignment you can follow here. So there is something called listing. If you go to uh, the specification specification type, allergen group or nutrient group, you can go there in the property tree. I'll show you. So like, so I hope everyone will have all this available already. Either you can go to the specification, manage specification itself, or you can search nutrient group and you can see, or you can search the diet group, you can search the nutrients, everything they have available here. So if you go and search with the spec type here, like nutrient group or nutrient, so you will have, you can select and you can search with the nutrient group specification type. You can see here, if I want to see this nutrient group, uh, you can see in the property uh, tree of nutrient group, here is something called listing. So once you do this activity, the first activity, you create all this specification, except you don't create material and plant, because it is already available. So line number 11 and 12, no need to create activity from you. But except this material and plant, everything you can create. Whatever number, specific number, unique number you want to call it off for a specification, you can call it off. And then once you are done until 19, then you follow this. And to assign the allergen group, to assign the nutrient to nutrient group, you can come here to the nutrient group spec, whatever you will create. In this case, nutrient group, you can see here. Okay, you can create a nutrient group here. here this one, you can give the same name or different name, whatever you want. Maybe if you with your identification, you can give with your name something like that, Rudra or Ramki or something, whatever name you want to give just to identify. And then in that nutrient group spec, you open that spec and then assign here one by one. So all this will appear here. Okay, and the values you can maintain later on, and all those values will be appearing in the recipe. So in the future sessions I will show you how to maintain the value and how you can see in the recipe and how you can change everything. So for now, so you understood, no? For nutrient group, diet group, allergen group, these all are the different spec types. And first you need to create those groups, and then secondly, before that, you have to create the all nutrient spec, the allergen spec and all. And then you need to assign to the nutrient group and allergen groups. You have to come here and you have to assign this. And you save it. Make sure that without entering the identification number or identification name from which specification should be known, you should enter their identifier. Okay, so this is one thing. This all, this is one of the important drop down what you can see here, that you can also do the parallel activities here. You can, if you want to make it display, you can simply click on read only mode so that it will become a display, and then you can perform these things. If you want to create a specification from this window only, you can click on here create, but make sure that you should be in display mode. There is something I wanted to show you for the composition. So composition, if you want to search, then of course a composition uh, component, which specification will carry. So either we need to look out at raw substance, or we can look out at ingredients. So it is based on your requirement. Either you can say raw substance as an ingredient, or you can copy a specification, existing specification type, and make it with the name ingredient. So SAP, standard SAP, they don't provide the standard terminology, something called ingredient spec type, but they provide raw substance, because raw substance is something which is supplied by a supplier, and that is used as an input of the recipe. So this raw substance will have actually composition and all. So if you'll go to this raw substance, uh, change spec, so you can go to property, and you can see that here it is green mark is there. So basically this standard composition, under standard composition you will see this uh, specification as an component type active agent is assigned. So this is how you assign the composition. So composition is nothing but it is multiple components, which is nothing but in SAP PLM you create a multiple specification, and then you can assign it to the ingredient substance, or in proper SAP spec type terminology, if you talk raw substance. So you can assign whatever components you can assign to the raw substance composition property. Okay, so this is how your raw composition, sorry, uh, this is how your components can be assigned to a standard composition property VAT of a specification. Okay, so you will also see by looking at the different property tree, where the substance, where the composition, different compositions are also there. So like in case of standard property tree, see the you will see the not only the this standard composition, but you will also see the nutrient composition. You will see the different compositions there. Okay, so it depends on how you will create a property tree, and you can decide what all property attributes you wanted to uh, build actually, based on the business requirement. So this is how you can see, and there is one more level down. uh, this active ingredient what is been assigned here, this will also have another composition. So how you will see that composition, you need to open this specification, uh, which is used as a component within this PLM-PI raw component. So you can actually uh, go to the SAP PLM-PI oil composition, and you can actually you will see, uh, you can open this, and you can see that under the composition, standard composition property VAT, you will also see there some composition components are already assigned, and if the value is assigned or exception values are assigned or not. These exception value currently it is empty, so actually there should be some percentage. Here it is 100% it is given. So exception values also it can be given based on the business requirement, and there can be upper limit, lower limit can be also provided. This is something business needs to provide, so that this raw substance specification can be used in the recipe. So that is why it is important that component. If somebody will ask you how we will calculate the composition, from where the values are coming up. So the answer is values are coming from the composition component specification, which is assigned uh, within the raw substance or ingredient specification. So there you maintain the value. Here in this case you have only one, but you will have lot many specification under this standard composition, and then altogether the value should not exceed more than 100% for a standard composition. Then only system will recalculate automatically when you are using this specification, in this case raw substance specification in the recipe. So that's why it is important that we uh, we understand this composition very well here, and where the values we are maintaining, and how it will get exploded when you use this raw substance specification to the recipe's input. So that is how your all these values are populating in the recipe. So basically, uh, here you have uh, setup like this. So this ingredient one in within ingredient one composition, you have
Mm-hmm.
this one of the component assigned, and
Mm-hmm.
within this component you have another component called ingredient 3 is assigned, and within this component ingredient 4 component is assigned. So in CPG industry, they will, and I know where, from where you're coming from, but it is good question. So uh, generally, they wanted to pull when they explode the bomb here at this level. So
Mhm.
at the bomb level, everything, all this value should move from, it should explode up to this level, and then this is reference to, so here this is finally assigned to uh, output spec of recipe. So this is this is the assignment generally it will have. So within a recipe, uh, you will have the setup something like this. If you are this is an your input, this is one of the input, so input of the recipe, so this is input one. So similarly you have multiple setup, so you will have similar kind of thing here, input two, ingredient. So
Mm.
this I am calling as a ingredient. So you can see here, so this will be all called as an ingredient. So ingredient one, ingredient two, ingredient three. So similarly, all sorts of setup will be there. So there are, one recipe will have multiple ingredient as an output, but all one ingredient. This is called multi-level. So if you remember,
Mhm.
we had discussed about bomb. So single level bomb and multi-level bomb. So generally, what is will be the requirement? Generally, they wanted to bring all the composition which is used from the the most lower level of an ingredient composition. So this will bring
Correct.
from input 4 to 3 to 2 to 1. So finally,
Mhm.
all composition it will get calculated once it is referred to a recipe. So finally, once you do the T2PO, then what it will happen, from this level to this level, all the composition will come, and it should not exceed more than 100%. And how it will flow from bottom to top. So there are some kind of custom reports, custom programs, which they bring the all the values from down to top. So there is not something standard which we can do, but in those kind of report, there are some clients requirement. They wanted to see everything in the report, what is the down level specification components are there which is used as an input of the recipe, they wanted to see. But if you use this setup, then anyhow in the calculation system will consider, but you can't see all this at the down level. So because it is referred, it is used as a component of the different ingredient, different specification. So this is called multi-level setup of a specification. So these all values will roll up to the output specification of a recipe once you do the T2PO. But composition, once you go to calculation result, it will show you altogether. There is a something called standard calculation result which will show, which will be shown by specification, and it you can always see that it will not exceed more than 100%. And if you want to still optimize, and if business has got some kind of specific requirement, you have to look out for some custom program or something where you can control that. The idea is just to have hands-on, so that if you find some difficulties, that is how you learn. So it is important, specification and all. because this is foundation for recipe. And if before going to recipe, you need to know that how to create specification, what is spec type, what is property tree, where is the configuration, how you can change the property tree setup, how you can add the fields, how you can bring the values. Okay, so this is how we do. Yeah, I hope you can see my screen. So what is phrase? Can anybody answer why it is used? Why in SAP phrase management requirement arises? And where you have seen somewhere in, if you are already using SAP, if you are already working as a SAP EHS consultant, or somewhere you have seen. So basically, uh, the value in the field, uh, which field in the specification, you would have seen that so many fields are there: temperature, density, and like that. There are a lot of standard fields, but you wanted to have uh, the field value for a custom field. Then, and if that you wanted to bring it either from some table I want, or from some list of catalog, or from huge list of values you wanted to bring for that particular field, then you cannot maintain those manually. You cannot always, bring all the values manually. It is not good idea to maintain there. So you have different set of phrases, different set of values which you wanted to bring from multiple sources. See, in order to fulfill those kind of requirement, we use the phrase management in SAP PLM. So basically, what you can see here, this is an example of one label which is not food processing label, but food processing label you can consider any Maggie packet or any other packet, wherever you see that outer packaging of a product, and where you can see that a lot of informations are printed on that label. So that content, from where it is coming, so that is coming from, in SAP you can manage all those content in from a phrase library. So you can create a phrase library. Under phrase library, you can have multiple phrases in multiple languages. So what is, in simple term, what is phrase? Phrase is nothing but a requirement to have a text, different types of text, symbols, graphical representation, diagram, and then barcode, QR code, everything you can get it from, you can maintain in a phrase basically. So, and the requirement will be how you are maintaining in different language. So suppose one product you are selling in different countries, and if you are selling in some Arabian country, then you wanted to uh, uh, display that product name in the local Arabian language also, other than English. Then in order to do that, you will have to maintain that product name in different languages, but, and so that you can print on the label. So, and then finally in that label there will be a description of the product in two language, one in Arabian language and second one is in English. So if you are selling in Germany, so might be their product label will have only German language. So that German language content in a label, how you are getting, if customer is using SAP, then SAP PLM or EHS, you will maintain all the specific text or symbol or diagram within a phrase. So that is how we there is a requirement to use a phrase management. Okay, So phrase management deals with any sorts of text, any sorts of in multiple languages, and if you want to attach any diagram or particular information, then you can do this. So you have seen in multiple projects they have something called artwork management or artwork graphics. They are using different system, and the content will be supplied from SAP. So for a label, what is required content from SAP side, they will just send in the form of XML, and then for artwork graphics, everything will be done in different system. So SAP does not have a solution related to artwork or graphics or something, different coloring and all. So so that's what you would have seen in so many because organization, they are uh, very particular about their coloring, graphics, artworks and all, which SAP is not able to provide those kind of solution from SAP. SAP is good in providing the content related things, but artwork related for packaging, so packaging department will take care, and definitely they are using some other tools for better artwork and packaging and all. Okay, so this was one of the example what you would have seen here. This is actually a label for one of the product from Shell, and you can see that inflammable, highly inflammable symbol is there, as a flammable symbol is there in different shapes. So these all things you can maintain in a phrase. Okay, so let us see that what is the content of phrase. So definition is here. The phrase management deals, it has got the library, and you can group it a different phrase in different phrase group, and you can have phrases maintained within that phrase group, and there is something concept where you wanted to call that phrase within a specification field. So how do you do that? We will see in the system how do you can do this. So there is something called let me go to the this diagram. You can see here, this is the overall structure of phrase. So you can see that the phrase library is on the top, which is cust. This is a standard in SAP. So you will find the in SAP system, the phrase library will be standard called CUST in the system. Then there will be a phrase group. This phrase group, you can have more than one phrase group. You can have multiple phrase group, but that phrase group, you have to have the assignment under the phrase library. So every phrase library will have multiple phrase groups, and under the phrase group you will create the any phrase. So in turn, when you are going to create a phrase, then you have to, and please be remember, this is a master data activity, and whenever you are working in any implementation project, you have to take care that how many phrases are in scope. So you have to create one phrase library. Under that phrase library you can have n number of phrase group, and under each phrase group you can have n number of phrases. Okay, so that you can use these phrases, which is nothing but your phrase key here. So the phrases you can use in any of the field input. So but how you will link this phrase to your field? Can you tell me someone how you can use one field or one characteristic as a phrase enabled characteristic? And what is the key element to make one characteristic as a phrase enabled characteristic? So here I am creating a phrase, characteristic, and I'll make this phrase as a phrase enabled characteristic. Data type I'll take character, and if until 29 characters, number of characters, if you will provide here, system will not consider that this characteristic as a phrase enable characteristic. For to do this one, you have to consider the 30 characters, and then how you will make it the phrase enable characteristic. You need to come here and make this characteristic as with function module. Okay, so as you know that in for a characteristic you can bring the values either manually, either from the table, either from the function module, or from the catalog characteristic. So this is the option here. For in SAP standard, for phrase enable characteristic, you have something called function module, which is standard function module for phrase. C14K, what was that? I forgot. C14K, something was there. C14K. I will search it from.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Why is version control crucial in SAP PLM for recipe development? Option A ensures tracking of changes and maintains document integrity. Option B enhances the visual appeal of the interface. Option C speeds up data entry processes. Option D reduces system maintenance costs. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section.
I this okay. Okay. Yeah, this is the phrase relevant characteristic. So you can see that this is the standard uh, phrase function module. So now once you assign this phrase related function module, then this characteristic should have 30 length for number of characters. So this and this is mandatory. You need to assign this function module, which is standard SAP function module. Okay, and once you assign this to this characteristic, then this characteristic, if you are using in some of the field, then this field, that particular field will be used the value from phrase. Okay, so this characteristic we have made is a phrase enable characteristic, and if you want to use this characteristic within any of the property tree, then you can assign this characteristic to one class which we had created yesterday, CL02. And what was our class? 00. So you can see that you can assign this class, and which is for phrase. We just assign this characteristic to this class, and we save this. And as we know that this class was assigned to the VAT, and that VAT was under the property tree which we have used. So if we go to specification which we had created yesterday, and then we had created our own property tree, and in this property tree what you can see here, so there is already our characteristic, but if we want to, we have added now one characteristic, but it is not displaying under this VAT. So what we need to do, we need to go to the table based value assignment type configuration, and for that configuration, table based value assignment type configuration, we need to run the table actually. Okay, we go here, go to settings for value assignment type, and then set up table based value assignment and create an entry without providing anything, and you can see that that characteristic will get updated. Okay, so if we see here, see, you can see here this phrase which was phrase related characteristic is updated in this field. If we want to bring this one just above this, you can change this column number. So now the uses uh, in between this field and this field, you will find the uses. So you can change this order by making this 5, after 5 you can make it 6, and this you can make it 7. Okay, but without changing, if you go and you can check in the specification, you will find that specification with both the field or characteristic uh, in that order. So if you go here, see here now. So this test phrase and this characteristic one, it is in between, this uses is there. So in order to just make next to this characteristic, this field, you want to make this field shift from last to second last, you can do it by going through that particular column number you have to change. Okay, But now I will leave. I will not do because we are working on phrase related characteristic. Now you see that you will get an error now. This is phrase related characteristic, and you will see some message here. Characteristic not assigned to phrase set feature phrase check function. So how to do this? So I think some of our colleague he just mentioned that we have to do some activities, right? So how to do that? You can go to the transaction CGAV, or before that you need to do the CGCZ, so that there should be a match for value assignment type and characteristic and activating phrasing of field. So please remember this transaction, which is important for CGCZ, and you can run this so that phrase related characteristic combination should be updated. Okay, and then you can come back here and you can do the CGAB, where you assign the particular phrase field to phrase set, but we have not created a phrase set. So I just wanted to show you that how it correlates. So this is a characteristic and phrase set you need to assign. Okay. So now you understood how the characteristic can be made as a phrase enabled characteristic. Number one, you need to create a characteristic. You need to enable that characteristic as a phrase enable characteristic. In order to do that, you need to assign the function module, which is standard function module of that phrase. You assign that, and then you have to run the table based value assignment type configuration, which will update your phrase enable characteristic to the particular property tree VAT. And then you need to do this setup. What setup you need to do? You need to where is that? Yeah, so we have to come here, and then we have to create something called phrase set. And once phrase set is created, we can assign that phrase set to characteristic, and that is how your value will appear when you are maintaining some values within the specification property tree VAT. So in order to do that, we have to do some configuration. So please be remember, phrase library at a time only one phrase library can be active. So active is nothing but one library will have all the phrases, and you can see all those phrases. Okay, and then whenever you want to update the new set of phrases, I mean new phrases are there. There will be a regularly time to time there will be a update of regulatory requirements. So for that one, I mean, any organization, they connect their SAP system with some third party system who supplies the regulatory related data. So the data, how it comes, how it will be supplied from the third party regulatory supplier to your SAP system or any customer's SAP system. It will be supplied in the form of phrase. So phrase will bring all those data. I mean, if your field is phrase enabled field, then you need to consider as a part of master data element, one key data element is phrase. So you always remember, whenever you are working for any implementation project, number one characteristic, number two class, number three phrase. So these kind of uh, element are called master data element, which you use the uh, for creating any kind of transaction, any kind of thing. Okay, so Phrase library where you can see and phrase groups where you can see what is the transaction code and what is active library, how you can do the active library, where this setup will be shown. I will show you. Okay, so let us go to SPRO. For activity, you can here this lab sheet will give you how to create a phrase. Okay, how to perform a phrase search, how all these things you can do. So you can see that here uh, some of the things for phrase management, it is already there within this exercise. So if you go to SPRO, I'd like to show you under logistic general, under product lifecycle management, under PLM web user interface, under recipe development, under specification, under specification, under specification master. Yeah, here you can see that phrase is phrase relevant config settings are there. So you can define the number range of phrase. So currently this is number range, where this number range for any specification or anything, where we assign this number range. For specification, how you assign the number range, similarly for phrase also there is a number range. So whenever you create a phrase, you can choose from whether you wanted to have external number range or the internal number range. Okay, so this is about the phrase number range, and here this is about the phrase library. So you can see that this phrase library and phrase group is together, and you can assign trying to search a phrase. I was getting only this phrase group and this only these two phrase group. So basically there are no phrase available in the system. We need to create a phrase, and I think this is relevant to the EHS specific master data, and I think in this system those standard data are not available. That's why we can't see here. So you can see here uh, similar to this phrase group, we have so many different phrase group also we can assign here, so based on the requirement. So and you can see that there is an active library radio button. It means that at a time, out of all phrase library, you can only have one phrase active library. You cannot, SAP doesn't provide the option to have more than one active library for one in the system. So if you want to, this will help you when you wanted to bring the when you wanted to transfer or migrate the new phrase relevant data from third party system to SAP system. Then you bring those data not directly to your active library, which is not suggestible. So you bring those data in the passive library. What is passive library? Which is currently not active. So this radio button is only active at CUST. So obviously this library is active, and that's what you can see once you go to the transaction code CG12, and you can see there the cust will display by default, because it means that the active library as a cust, it is available and active. So when you will use this passive library, which is not currently active. So passive library you use when you want to transfer the, when you want to update, or when you want to use the regular update of the data which you receive from any of the third party system or from standard SAP circ system. So they get passive library, any of the passive library what you plan, and then you merge those phrases to with your active library, so that first you get those phrases within this any of the passive library, and then you merge that phrase, or you make that phrase available to the active library, so that you can avoid some jargons of data which is supplied from the supplier. The supplier can be outside of SAP also and within SAP also, but the thing is, you need to have the RFC connection between the third party or between the server where you wanted to bring the phrase related data. Okay, so that's what you can see. Whatever active library phrase is there, you can assign the n number of phrase group, and under each phrase group you will have n number of data. Okay, n number of phrase relevant values. Okay, so this was the thing which I wanted to show you. So there is something called phrase statuses. So where you will see these phrase statuses when you create a phrase in SAP system, you will see that this different phrase statuses at item level. So when you wanted to work on something phrase, you will put in process only status. When you wanted to create a phrase externally, then you can put this status. When you want to release the phrase, you can use this released, and when you don't want to use any phrase anymore, then you can put this that phrase as a historical, so it will be not used for any purpose. Okay, these all the phrase statuses, and which you can see here, where you will see this phrase statuses. So I'll show you. So these all are the phrase relevant configuration. Okay. So then we will go to the, there are something called phrase set, and so where you can see that what is phrase set. So phrase set is actually assigned to a characteristic, as you have seen just now. I will show you here. You go to CGAB, one of our colleagues, he just mentioned that we can go to CGAB and we can assign. So CGAB is the transaction code when you want to make that characteristic or field enable as a phrase enable phrase enable characteristic. Then we need to create first phrase set, and then come here and assign that phrase set. Okay, so currently there are no phrase set available in the system. So what we will do, first we create a phrase set. In order to create a phrase set, the transaction code is CG1B. Okay, so you go to CG1B and you create a phrase set here. So phrase set name we can give Z test phrase set. Okay, just for the phrase set name is okay. So once we create this phrase set, we can assign to the phrase. But the first step, what we are doing here, we are creating a phrase set. So let me so what we are doing, number one, we create phrase set. Okay, so via transaction code CG1B, then we create phrase, we create a phrase via transaction code CG12. Then third step, we go and assign phrase set to that, to the phrase. You can either do you can do in either way. You can go to phrase and you assign the phrase set. Okay. And then fourth step, what we do, we assign phrase set to characteristic. Okay. So which was phrase enable characteristics. What was the transaction code? CGAB. Okay. And then, okay, so this is how you get, and then finally you check that phrase will appear in the uh, select select the phrases from okay. So now what we have done, we have created a phrase set. So now we will go to create a phrases. So how we will go to create a phrase? CG12, and then we are going to create this phrase under this phrase group DG slash text only. So once you go here, you can give test or is labeled. Okay, and then you can see that this phrase is generated. Okay, this is a phrase ID, or you can say phrase key. So what you have seen now before this here, so this cust is phrase library, which is active library, and the number start from G until 1 is the phrase key. Okay, or phrase ID you can see. So this is your phrase ID, which is created by system. We are in header. You can go to item of this phrase, and please be remember this phrase text handle with care we have maintained in English language, but if we want to maintain in different language, there is an option here: German, French, Italian, Spanish. So all those different languages are there. And then if you want to attach any of the graphic file with this phrase, like your graphical symbol which you have seen here, like highly flammable, and any kind of this diagram or a pic you want to attach. So SAP system understands the diagram in .bmp file. Okay, so here you can attach and you can link. So in order to do that, there are two options: either you attach from the local desktop, but it will be not visible for everyone. So in order to visible for everyone, centralized server, they should have installed this WWI related template, which will bring all the standard graphical symbols within that particular phrase, within that particular system. And whenever you uh, uh, attach here something text dot BMP file, BMP mode, then it will bring the diagram uh, within your characteristic when you are bringing when you are selecting within the specification maintenance. Okay, so this is BMP file, and then this is phrase statuses which I was talking about just some time before within the configuration. So you can, system will select when you want to set up this as a in process, and but still you are working, you can put 01, and if you want to release you can put as a 02. So this you go here and save it. So our phrase is created. So first phrase is created. So first step, what we did, we created a phrase set, and second step we created a phrase. Third step we assign that phrase set to phrase, or from here in only you can do this. If you go here and if you enter this phrase set which we have assigned, so you go to that phrase set, and then you enter that phrase set. Okay, why it is uh, it is not in showing the connection. Okay, so this is our phrase, and this you can assign to the phrase set, and phrase set should be available. Why it is not available? This should be assigned to the phrase set. Okay. So let us see later why it is not assigned. We have released phrase group is there, note is there, custom library we have selected, and we have selected your phrase library, and it is not required. Why system is not recognizing the phrase set? Okay, so we will find out later why it is not showing the phrase set. But ideally, as per the process, what you need to do, you need to assign this phrase set to the phrase, or from the phrase itself, you can assign that phrase set. And then final step, what you have to do, you have to go to transaction code phrase set to characteristic assignment, and you need to assign that phrase set to that. But anyhow, phrase set is not recognized, so anyhow it will not show anything here. Yeah, this is not available. Okay, so basically from the process perspective, this is how you need to see that how the phrase set and phrase can be created, and then it can be assigned to the phrase, and then how you will make it enabled as a phrase relevant characteristic, and then uh, you can be allowed to slash n c g c z. Let me try to do if it works. Yeah, okay, something has happened. Yeah, unchanged. Okay, let me see. FCG only asset. No, it is not happening. Okay, fine. We'll see it later. But from the process perspective, uh, we have to follow like this only. We have to uh, create a phrase. We have to create a phrase set, and we have to assign that phrase set to phrase, and then we have to go to phrase enable characteristic, via CGAV, and we have to assign the phrase set to that particular characteristic, so that then only we can see that phrase value appear from here when we want to select, but still it will not appear because we are still we are not able to assign that phrase. Okay, why it is showing characteristic value? Okay. Okay, so this is how we use the phrase management, and I think in this system standard phrases are not there. Maybe tomorrow I will try to show you another system how the phrases can be visible, how the phrase it can be selected from the library. I have some other system. I'll try to show you there. We have standard phrases available in the system, and which you can actually see. Okay, so this is the process in this how you can perform the merge of phrase, and how when you move the phrases from passive library to active library. So this is one of the process. You will have to do this activity when you are in some migration project, data migration project, when you are working for some kind of upgrade project. Suppose customer is already working in old version of SAP PLM or SAP EHS, then they wanted to move from the old system to new system, then you will have to do this activity. Also for regular periodic update also, they use I mean you might have to work on this activity. So these all are the example, and one phrases can be used multiple phrase sets. So that's why you can see here the representation diagram represents that one phrase is used in multiple places. It can be used in one phrase set or another phrase set, and it can be used for you assigned to the one characteristic, and then how you can reduce your work. You can have an 1 lakh phrase, but these 1 lakh phrase can be used within the multiple phrase sets, multiple places. You can use that. So SAP provide an option. So that's why you can see here 1:m relationship exists between phrase and phrase sets. So in this way, we are done for phrase management, and these all are the exercise which we have already done. And don't go and change the standard config settings of SAP, standard SAP, but you can copy and follow the the particular activity. That is how you learn. So this slide will be shared with you. The last page, you can see that these all activities which we have already considered as a part of our hands-on exercise, or we have seen all this, so you can utilize this later. Okay.
Hey, future SAP PLM recipe dev experts. Ready to elevate your recipe development game? Dive into our self-paced course on Teachable, the ultimate guide to mastering SAP PLM recipe dev. Unlock the secrets of configuring SAP PLM for streamlined recipe development. From creating and managing recipes to ensuring compliance, we cover it all. Meet your seasoned instructor, learn from real-world scenarios, and hear success stories from students just like you. Our course is designed by experts who know the ins and outs of SAP PLM. Affordable and packed with value, it won't break the bank. Don't just take our word for it. Hear what our satisfied students have to say. Become a SAP PLM recipe dev, pro at your own pace. Ready to embark on this learning journey? Enroll now on our Teachable course page. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training. Let's make your recipe development skills shine.